Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for coming to the AI and Geopolitics Symposium, organized by the Buffett Institute of Global Affairs, by the Northwestern Security and AI Lab, as well as by University College Cork and the Insight Center at University College Cork. I'm V.S. Subrahmanian, professor of computer science and fellow in the Buffett Institute, and head of the Northwestern Security and AI Lab. And I'm one of the two co-organizers with my good friend and colleague, Barry O'Sullivan. Barry, you've got to stand up, from University College Cork. And it's my pleasure to, first of all, welcome all of you to today's event. We're hoping for a very interactive, collegial event where people hopefully learn from each other, but also contribute to each other. So feel free to ask questions and to talk to each other during the session. The more connections you make during the breaks, the happier Barry and I and Deborah will be. It's now my pleasure to introduce the director of the Buffett Institute for Global Affairs, Deborah Cohen, who's right here. Deborah is the Leopold Professor of History at Northwestern University. She is a former chair of the History Department, an expert in European and global history, the author of many, many books, with the most recent one being, if I get the title right, Last Call at the Hotel Imperial. And so with that, I'd like to turn the floor over to Deborah to say a few words, welcoming you to the university.
Thank you so much. Thanks so much, VS. It is really a pleasure to be here and to welcome you all to the Buffett. The mission of the Buffett Institute is to advance research and teaching about the world outside of the United States, or beyond the United States. We bring together all dozen of Northwestern schools in collective projects to tackle some of the most pressing issues of our time. So this is fundamentally an interdisciplinary effort, really embodied in this symposium that you are here for today on AI and geopolitics. We're in the midst of at least three major transformations to the world order. There's generative AI itself, which is changing our economies, societies, and politics in ways that we've only started to grasp. There's the geopolitical transformation that we've seen playing out over the past few decades as US paramountcy gives way to a multipolar world, especially great power competition with China. And then, of course, there's the climate crisis, to which AI data centers, with their vast energy requirements, seem at this moment to be an accelerant. These are interlaced transformations, and they all have AI at their center and cannot be understood without each other. A great deal of the discussion of AI thus far has understandably focused on its economic impacts, the future of labor markets, and human work itself. Much less attention has been paid to the broader subject that we're dealing with today, the geopolitics of AI. These run the gamut from questions of national security to the rules of global trade, from military intelligence to the regulation of AI technology. AI could, for instance, scramble the pecking order of the international system as its development provides new leverage for so-called middle powers, such as South Korea, India, and Singapore. The optimist case is that it can speed up innovation to help us solve intractable problems like climate change. The pessimist case, as you all know, is that without appropriate guardrails, it could also be used to develop new diseases and new weaponry. As is always the case with new technologies, the predictions are polar, apocalyptic on the one hand and techno-utopian on the other. Finding the middle ground has been a challenge, and that's part of what our experts and our speakers today will be doing. What's undeniable now is that there's a battle for supremacy over AI, which has ratcheted up international great power competition between China and the US. And in that context, neither power has been inclined to impose regulations on its domestic developers. There's a compelling argument, as we'll hear in our last session, for international cooperation in steering AI's development and governing its uses. But how this competition between countries is to be managed is tricky, not least because of the persistent warnings that artificial general intelligence models could slip the bonds of their creators. In this context, the precedents that we have of dealing with other disruptive technologies, say nuclear arms and non-proliferation agreements, don't seem all that useful. So we have a superb group of speakers today to help us think through these issues. We're really delighted to welcome you all to Northwestern and to the Buffett Institute. I want to thank Professor Subrahmanian and Bray O'Sullivan for their work in putting together such an excellent program. We're really grateful for the co-sponsorship of the NSAIL lab here at Northwestern, which VS runs, and the Insight Center for Data Analytics, which Bray runs. And before I get started, I want to thank our terrific communications team, May Malone, behind the camera, or behind one of the cameras, Mimi Sang, and Zach Schulman as well. A quick word, so I've finished the introductory part, quick word about bathrooms, always very important. There is a women's bathroom on the floor below this one. In the basement, there are 2 single-use stalls, so men's bathroom and single-use stalls. If you're looking for other bathrooms, the building directly to our east, Letkin Hall, also has single-use stalls, and it is open. So if you walk through the main entrance, you'll get there. Anyway, let us get started. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Deborah. And I did want to ask you all to please mute your cell phones, if you don't mind, during the session. So without further ado, I'd like to kick things off with the first speaker, Professor Bray O'Sullivan. Bray is a full professor at University College Cork in Ireland, as Deborah just mentioned, head of the Insight Center, and one of the leading lights in the regulation of AI around the world, and certainly in the EU in particular. He was elected, I first met Bray when he was elected a fellow of the Association for the Advancement of AI a few years back. And we sort of, I think, Bray, you can contradict me if you like. I felt we hit it off immediately, and we've been, good friends, collaborators, and colleagues since then. Bray was one of the vice chairs, if I'm not mistaken, of the high-level group that provided input into what ended up becoming the EU AI Act eventually. He's a leader in constrained programming and optimization techniques, which form much of the core of AI today. So when you think about deep learning, that's all optimization going on under the hood. So without further, he's an elected fellow of many, many other organizations, a very distinguished speaker, and as I said again, one of the top leaders in the world at the intersection of AI and regulations, as well as diplomacy surrounding AI. So without further ado, please welcome Bray.
Thank you, VS. That's a really fantastic introduction, and great thanks to Deborah and the team at the Buffett Institute for today, and VS and his team at NSAIL. It's a real pleasure to be here with you all. Hope you can hear me at the back. As an Irish person, I do tend to speak quickly. I'll try and keep myself under control. So I'm going to talk a little bit about how do I go back? I can't go back. Can you bring me back? Put that back there. Yeah, there we go. So I'm going to talk about the European AI Act. Not the most exciting topic maybe to think about first thing in the morning, but it's a very interesting story, and I think it's going to have a very interesting impact. Europe spends a lot of time regulating things. We can debate whether that's a good idea or not. But certainly, this is the first comprehensive piece of legislation that governs AI anywhere in the world. Here in the US, while there are specific pieces of legislation for particular applications of AI, there isn't a general AI regulation. And I think there's something to be learned both positively and negatively from the European experience. And I think we'll talk a little bit about that. And as VS mentioned, I was the vice chair of the European Commission's high-level expert group that sort of set the ground rules for that and sort of specified it way back in 2019 at this point. And so I'm going to give you a little bit of the history of the AI Act and what it's all about and give you a sense of the principles. I'm not a lawyer. There are far more qualified lawyers in the room who can parse the detail of the Act. But one of the interesting things about it is what is AI? And it might surprise you that almost 70 years ago this year, John McCarthy, Marvin Minsky, and others wrote the Dartmouth proposal for the summer school on AI, where they believed that in 12 weeks they could make a lot of progress in automating basically most of the capabilities of human intelligence. And the good news is that we're still at least 12 weeks away from AI. But what's really fascinating about that proposal, and I'd encourage you to take a look at it, is that almost everything that they envisaged in 1955 is still relevant today. But what's also particularly interesting is that they did not attempt to define AI. And as any lawyer in this room is probably going to tell you, legislation lives or dies on the definitions. And I think I'll draw attention to that a little bit during the talk. So I suppose first thing to say is whatever AI is, it is all around us. I've spent all of my career working on AI. I've got skin in the game, just as much as VS has skin in the game. My personal view is that AI is significantly overhyped. It's a great technology, but this idea that it's going to come and it poses an existential threat to humanity, or it's going to take everybody's jobs, or this kind of narrative, I don't buy into that at all. There has never been a time when these predictions have worked out. Sure, work will change, but we're always. This technology is not nearly at the point where it even has capability equal to human beings. Never mind beyond. But one of the interesting things about it is that there's a huge focus these days on responsibility, on the ethics of AI, on the challenges when we apply it. And of course, there's all sorts of things on this slide that sort of highlight this. The one in the middle here, this mannequin is an IC mannequin made by a company in Italy, and the mannequin has cameras for eyes, and basically uses a lot of onboard AI and analytics to understand how people are interacting with it. So this mannequin is wearing a dress or maybe a top or something like that. It uses, in the background you can get a set, you probably can't see you can't see it very well here, but you'll see that it sees the person. It's predicting the race, gender, age of the individual, what they're looking at, whether they like what they're seeing, whether they don't like what they're seeing. Now, all of these technologies to a greater or lesser extent work, but you can imagine all the ethical issues that raises, right? So, and of course, then I put Sophia the robot down here because she has legal personhood in a couple of countries, and of course, in some sense, that's an ethical nonsense because it's a machine, right? So the builder of that machine, the company that provides it or supplies it, these are the people that you bring into court. You don't take Sophia to court. So responsibility is the name of the game. It's the huge focus to a large extent, particularly in Europe. I think maybe in the US there's a lot of focus on the innovation side and so on, which is right and proper. But there's a massive focus on responsibility in Europe. And okay, I'm not sure. You'll have to move me on. Oh, there we go. So what are we? So in the EU AI Act, well, what is AI? If I'm doing a radio program, I'll say that AI is an AI system is a system that performs a task that's normally associated with requiring human intelligence. It's not a great definition. This is the definition that after 7 years of work, the Commission have come up with. And it's not perfect. In fact, truth be known, I think the Commission kind of gave up on the definition and borrowed that from the OECD and said, well, let them do it. So here it is. It's a machine-based system that's designed to operate with varying levels of autonomy that may exhibit adaptiveness after deployment, and that for explicit or implicit objectives infers from input it receives how to generate outputs such as predictions, content, recommendations, decisions that can influence the physical or virtual environments. But we can certainly think of AI systems that don't fit that definition. And I'm looking forward to the consulting that's going to come with arguing whether a particular system is an AI system or not. But this is what the EU AI Act describes as an AI system. The Act applies to it. There are a number of roles in the system, in the Act, and the two big ones are providers and deployers. Interestingly, in the AI Act, the organization or the individual who puts something onto the marketplace, makes it available, that's the person who's liable for it. Not necessarily the manufacturers of the individual components of the system, but the person who puts the system as a whole onto the marketplace, that's the person or the organization that is liable. And be you a provider or a deployer, these roles can change depending on what you do with the AI system. So, for example, if you buy a white label system and you put your company logo on it, now all of a sudden you've gone from being a deployer to a provider. You've adopted essentially the AI system. And so there's some really interesting, and from my point of view, some very curious aspects to the Act. It'll be very interesting to see how this sort of works out in practice. There are all sorts of other types of organizations, which I won't bore you with the details, but there's importers, distributors, authorized representatives, and these are all bound in different ways by the Act. I just put these up to give you a sense that this is complicated. And maybe overly complicated. We'll have to see how that works out. And I'd be interested to hear what people think about this in the room. So what does it do? It basically takes a risk-based approach to AI systems. So it looks at specific kinds of risks that arise from AI systems. It prohibits certain practices. There are certain types of AI systems that are banned in Europe, and maybe some that might surprise you. And we'll talk a little bit about that in a few minutes. It determines what it means for an AI system to be high risk and what obligations are on an organization when they do deploy such systems. And again, maybe what constitutes a high risk AI system might surprise you. And we'll talk a little bit about those in a second. It puts in place the sort of conformity assessments and the evaluation and the registration and all this kind of stuff that has to be done for any AI system. And so we'll see how this works out. We'll see if this has a cooling effect on innovation. It might very well have that. And I think from a geopolitical point of view, it'll be interesting to see, well, what happens to the European Union into the future. We often hear about the technological race between the US and China when it comes to AI. I think the UK are very much a major player. It'll be interesting to see how this act either helps or doesn't the European Union. So where did it come from? Well, in 2018, the European Commission put together a high-level expert group, asked them to do three things: community building, look at policy and challenges, do some horizon scanning, and to develop an ethics code for AI. This was the high-level expert group. The tall gentleman there, that's Heikkilä Piitsila. He is the former president of Nokia. The commissioner who put this together, Maria Gabriel from Bulgaria, and myself, and the other 52 members are the members of the group, who are made up of people from industry, automotive industry, pharmaceuticals, biotechnology. There are philosophers here, several legal experts, obviously AI experts. The group was brought together, in a sense, to be as representative of the European community as possible. Everybody thought that they were part of a group that was underrepresented, so therefore the blend was probably right. So the focus of that group was to develop some principles for what we call trustworthy AI, and this has become official policy at the European Union. And essentially, the key publication, the key report is this set of ethics guidelines. And basically, how was trustworthy AI envisaged? Well, essentially, AI that was robust. Basically, it did what it's supposed to do. It was legal, and so essentially compliant with all the legal obligations. AI is not was never an unregulated space in medical devices and so on. These have always been, well, have been for many, many years regulated and ethical. And of course, those who are expert and study ethics, it's rather a philosophical concept. And so rather than express what we mean by trustworthy AI in ethical terms, we developed a set of 7 key requirements that AI systems should have. And so these are them. So, for example, AI systems must protect human agency and be subject to human oversight. Human agency is a big one. So obviously an AI system can't, you have to be the person making you make decisions for yourself. So AI systems can't impact that, which leads to very interesting consequences. So, for example, certain types of real-time biometric identification on streets is illegal in Europe because it impacts your agency. You might not walk down the street because you just might feel uncomfortable. That does a camera on a lamppost that's identifying you. And other things like robustness and safety, obviously AI systems should do what they're supposed to do. Transparency, should avoid discrimination and so on. Now, what we didn't do, and of course what the AI Act most certainly does not do, is tell you what these things mean technically. So what does it mean for an AI system to be bias-free? So what does it mean for an AI system to be non-discriminatory? And how can you build such things? It's actually very, very challenging because the definition of these things is not very precise. For those of you who are legal experts and who speak fluent GDPR, you will find the General Data Protection Regulation upholds these 7 key requirements, which is quite interesting. So everything from risk assessments and transparency. Deborah mentioned societal and environmental well-being, energy, and these types of things. These were all envisaged in the work we did back then. So it's a risk-based approach. So what are the unacceptable risks? So risk in the AI Act means one of 2 things, essentially. It means the risk to assist, the risk of harm or the risk to your fundamental rights. Harm being it injures you, it does a malfunction that can harm you financially or can from a health or safety point of view, but also that your fundamental rights, those rights that are enshrined in the European Charter of Fundamental Rights, if these are compromised, that is also the notion of risk. And so if risk is considered to be unacceptable, then that technology is banned. So social scoring, mass citizen scoring that does not involve consent. So, for example, in China, there's a mass citizen scoring system. That system would not be legal in Europe because of the impacts it has on the fundamental rights of individuals. Real-time biometric identification for law enforcement in public spaces. That is banned. And I think people often are surprised by that because we all want to catch the bad guys. But fortunately, there are very few bad guys. So, but the impact of this type of technology on you, the law-abiding citizens, is considered to be a disproportionate impact for the benefit that can accrue as a consequence. And so there are some exceptions, but this is probably one of the biggest sections in the AI Act, which is really, really interesting. Any form of biometric characterization, predictive policing at the individual level. So if you're predicting what an individual might do in terms of, well, you can't use AI to predict that someone is going to drive their car under the influence or something like this. That's not acceptable. So any form of prediction about the behavior of individuals, emotion recognition in workplaces and education. So any form of proctoring, unless there's a medical or safety dimension, that's banned. And obviously, one of the big concerns that exist in Europe is databases like the Clearview database, these large facial recognition systems. And so even building such databases is illegal in Europe. So so scraping, untargeted scraping of content from the web, even if it's publicly available, if the purpose is to produce these databases, that's not acceptable. High-risk applications, the projector doesn't really show the font very well, so I apologize for that. So anything that's really related to health and safety, anything that relates to your education. So if you have an AI system, for example, that filters college applications, pre-screens college applications. That's a high-risk AI system. Anything that pre-risks, that determines whether somebody gets a job. So any HR system that's doing any form of automatic filtering, that's a high-risk system. It's not illegal, but it's a high-risk system. Lots of essential private and public services that almost every AI application in the legal and policing domain, because again, the impact it can have on individuals. And of course, the state has a disproportionate, there's a significant power imbalance between an individual and the state. So that sort of risk is considered significant. There's lots of obligations. So, which we'll get to. So for example, AI systems must go through fundamental rights assessments, data protection assessments. They have to be risk assessed. There has to be mitigation strategies. Now, just for a moment, think if you're a small SME or you're a startup, right, and you're doing something really innovative. The cost of this is significant, right? So you have to document things significantly and thoroughly. How you do human oversight, how you minimize risk. And basically, you have to be able to demonstrate that there's a really high level of technical robustness. One of the interesting things, I was just chatting to one of the audience outside earlier. An interesting thing to study in the production of the EU AI Act is the cost of compliance. In Europe, there's a cost of compliance exercise that when a piece of legislation is introduced, you have to evaluate, well, how much is it going to cost for a company to comply with it? And I'd be very interested to hear what your views are of the cost of compliance. I think in some cases, the costs have been underestimated by maybe a factor of 1,000. So if you're building a large system for a university or for the education sector, and it's a high-risk system, there's a lot of work to be done. Medical device is even worse. So what do organizations do? Well, they create exposure registers, do all this risk assessment I mentioned. So it's really interesting. One of the things that's going on at the moment is that under the AI Act, if your organization deploys or provides AI, all employees must be given access to AI literacy training. So we're running AI literacy courses. They're typically about a day in length, and they're very, very high level, but it's to get people to the point where they understand at least the fundamentals of what AI actually is and isn't. And so this is a legal obligation. So which is quite interesting. I think it's one of the only legal obligations for such literacy training that we have in Europe. So how does it work in practice? Well, you produce your AI system. It may have to go through conformity assessment. Imagine it's a medical device. There's a notified body involved at that point. So you have to go through a notified body to release your medical device. There might be an ethics approval process. I chair the committee in Ireland that does all ethical assessments for medical devices. I was up at 3 o'clock this morning going through a fortune of them. The high-risk systems have to be registered, and so copies of these systems need to be made available to the European authorities. I think that's also similar to some legislation that's here in the United States around certain types of systems. Declaration of conformity needs to be filed, and you need to demonstrate how you're going to support that. And of course, if anything changes, you've got to start it all over again. So how do you assess these AI systems? Well, obviously, in labs like VS's and in computer science department and computer science department in every university all over the world, people are working on things like the auditability of AI systems, the explanation around AI systems, provenance of data, how do you test, how you verify these systems. Also, there's other kinds of requirements. And so one of the other pieces of work we did at the high-level expert group is we developed an assessment list to help organizations think about what their AI system, the various sort of concerns for the AI system. So associated with each of the key requirements, we have developed a set of questions and a process for organizations to go through and see what to document and to self-reflect on their system. And of course, these are available online. We've produced a system. Anybody who's interested in assessment, please do talk to us because we're developing a new version of this. is really, really important. And of course, there are all sorts of other systems. You can imagine with a piece of legislation as complex as the EU AI Act. Okay, there we go. There are all sorts of compliance checkers. These compliance checkers don't tell you whether you're compliant or not, which is a bit of a, so the name is a bit of a misnomer, but it tells you which parts of the AI Act are relevant to you. So depending on how you build the AI system or how you acquire it, how you deploy it, what you do with it, how you label it, how you brand it, that completely changes your role under the AI Act. And depending on what kind of system it is, it might be a high-risk system, it might be a low-risk system, and these compliance checkers can essentially sort of highlight in the Act those parts of it that you need to conform to. So if you're interested in sort of understanding, if you have a favorite AI system and you want to check, well, how would that be viewed under the AI Act? Something like this, this EU AI Act compliance checker will help you sort of figure out what parts of the Act apply to you. So thank you very much for listening about the European AI Act, and I'd be very happy to answer any questions you might have. Thank you. That was my 22 minutes timer. David, go ahead. Yeah. Oop. No. There's another one coming. Great.
No.
It's a bit better.
Okay, now you can hear me. Thank you. So first and foremost, thank you, Barry. That was a really great overview, and I also applaud, like you, I share the belief that the existential risk of AI are massively overhyped. I do have one question. If you're willing to go back to your slide, or if you possibly go back to your slide where you talk about the 7 attributes that an AI system should have.
Yep. Let me see if I can scroll back, or maybe the gentleman on the deck can scroll back. Keep going. I'll tell you when to stop. Go back.
There,
yeah,
that's perfect.
there we are.
So if we replace the word achieving trustworthy AI and make it trustworthy organizations. And so we ask the questions of how do we know that organizations operating in the private sector are providing those same attributes in terms of human agency and oversight, in terms of robustness and safety, privacy and data governance. I recognize we've got GDPR, that all those attributes could equally be asked, how do we know that human decision-making in organizations are achieving those things?
Mm-hmm.
And I would submit that I think in Europe and also in the United States and elsewhere, there are people that feel like organizations are eroding their autonomy, their agency, and things like that as well. So I ask that because if we replace the words with trustworthy AI with trustworthy organizations, is Europe wading into regulations trying to promote trustworthy organizations? And regardless of AI, how do we achieve that?
Yeah, so I think the short answer is yes. I think the EU does want to regulate the conduct of business, and that's in that sense. Now, I suppose what's interesting, one critique of these 7 things is that if you think of the technologies that we've really trusted over the years, so for example, air travel, we trust these things because they have been built properly, and we trust the engineering and how the organization did it. We don't necessarily need to have explanations and transparency in it because, well, we don't really care about the physics of the flight. What we care about is that it was properly built, tested, and verified, and that we can trust the organization. So it'd be interesting to know. So I think certainly these are attributes of trustworthiness beyond just technical systems, but they're not the only set of attributes. And I think we do trust organizations not because we necessarily understand what they're doing, but we trust them for the way in which they do it and how they tell us about it and how rigorous they are with these types of technology. So I think, and if you think about like the safety industry around automotive and flight and so on, they haven't gone to ethics first; they've gone to engineering first, right? And I think that's interesting. Europe has not done that with AI systems, and I think that's particularly telling. Great, yes, sir.
One thought to add, for those who haven't met me, I'm Sandeep Mehta. The challenge with organizations and regulation is there's always regulations are geared towards holding people and organizations accountable, the liability factor. So AI may not have that. And as long as there's a human accountability and liability that is measurable, then organizations by default will be held accountable. But AI is not seen under that rubric yet. And that's one of the challenges.
Sure. Yeah. Did you,
Well, I'm not sure that we're actually required, this requires.
yeah, because
I apologize for interrupting. I'm not sure that this requires that that be made public. It certainly requires that the organization be aware of it, but it may not require that the public be aware of it.
indeed. So, yeah,
Barry, one more comment before you answer.
Just it makes me think of the ISO standards, which do measure trustworthiness of certain organizations, or at least they're applicable to at least high technology organizations. I wonder if there's any potential merging of those.
There are certainly standards development activities going on behind the scenes here. So I didn't focus on it, but AI systems in Europe would have to be CE marked, especially the high risk ones. So there's a set of standards being developed to sit beside the EU AI Act. There's some questions at the back there, so hopefully there's a
Yeah, very quickly. My name is Roberto. I worked actually for a number of years in Ireland, in Limerick, and I remember going through the GDPR process and compliance. And I was curious about how the EU AI Act will actually impact the work of scholars and academic administrations in general, because GDPR had a massive effect, but this is even bigger.
Yeah, so there are some exceptions to the AI Act, as there are to the GDPR. So, for example, there are cutouts for military national security areas. If you're building an AI system that's not going to be deployed publicly, then the Act doesn't apply. So you're free to study and you're free to conduct your science and your academic activity pretty much without the burden of the AI Act. But if there are users or the output of the system has been used by citizens, then the AI Act applies. So it's quite different than the GDPR. So the GDPR, once you've got personal data of any kind, the whole thing applies. But that's not the case with the AI Act. There's a question up here.
Yeah. My question is related to the GDPR and this legislation. How do you see cooperation with the US?
Well, so I'm going to slightly dodge that question by saying that we do have a panel on international cooperation this afternoon that's going to focus on exactly those issues. But I think this is interesting. And the whole question of international cooperation, especially around AI, is something that we have to pay considerable attention to. Who knows what's going to happen over the next number of years with export control restrictions and so on. And I think that's going to have potentially dramatic impact. How I think from a geopolitical point of view, one of the real confidence building measures is the conduct of open science. And I think if there's a change in international policy around the ability to publish and to share assets related to AI internationally, I think that's going to have a cooling impact. And I think the confidence building aspect of that will be impacted. But there's a panel of experts who are going to talk about that this afternoon, so I won't steal their thunder. Question back there.
Hello? Hello? Is that better? Hi.
We can hear you.
Hi. Thanks for Barry. So you mentioned the issue of cost of implementing the act, and it seems to me like to some extent that will come down to how technical standards are elaborated in terms of deciding what conforms with the act. Yeah. Could you sort of update us a little bit in terms of where Senelak is with those standards, how those are evolving, and what the time frame is for when this stuff will actually get implemented?
Well, that's a very good question, and I'm not exactly sure, but they're still quite a long way from publishing these standards. And in fact, I think one of the big questions about the AI Act is almost for every clause that imposes some property on an AI system. How is that actually going to be verified or checked? So the Act is very declarative, and not in a way that's easy to see how it can be technically done. So I think that's really a struggle. And of course, you would be absolutely right in asking the question, well, shouldn't people have thought about that first? And I think obviously GDPR ran into those difficulties. So there was this notion of a right to explanation, which subsequently the Commission said, well, we don't really mean that you've got a right to an explanation. And I think we're going to see some softening here in the context of AI systems as well, because, but the standards are quite a long way off. Yeah, great. So I think VS is the chair, so of this session.
Well, folks, please join me in thanking Barry for an excellent session. Thank you. I'm sorry to intrude and cut off what was a free-flowing and exciting discussion, but thank you again, Barry. I'd like to ask Neha Jain, our moderator, as well as the panelists for the next session, Vanina Martinez, Yaron Gamburg, and Ruby Scanlon, to please come up and take their seats. And I'm going to introduce Neha, and she'll introduce the rest of the panelists. So please come up and take your seats. So Neha is professor of law at Northwestern in the Pritzker School of Law, done a lot of work at the International Criminal Court, human rights work, and is also the deputy director of the Buffett Institute. She'll be moderating this session, and I'm happy to turn the floor over to her. I did want to say one thing which I forgot to say, which is when you ask questions, please use the mic, and please introduce yourself, just your name and the organization you're from before you pose your question. Thank you, and over to you. Oh, sorry.
Hi, everyone, and welcome to this first panel. Barry said Irish people talk fast. I'm Indian, and so it's a race between who talks faster, whether it's somebody from India or Ireland. But since VS has us on a very tight clock, that might just be an advantage. I'm going to very quickly introduce the panelists because we are on that tight clock, and we want to make time to actually hear from them. Yaron Gamburg is a research associate at the Institute for National Security Studies at Tel Aviv. He's also a career diplomat who served at the embassies of Israel in Moscow, Paris, and Washington, D.C. And in his recent assignment as deputy chief of mission to the OECD, Council of Europe, and UNESCO, he's been involved in international AI regulation efforts. Welcome, Yaron.
Thank you.
Maria Vanina Martinez is a scientist at the Artificial Intelligence Research Institute in Barcelona. She was selected by the IEEE Intelligence Systems in 2018 as one of the top 10 prominent researchers to watch in AI. And she was also a member of the United Nations Secretary General's Advisory Body on AI from 2023 to 24, and is currently an expert advisor for the Global Commission on Responsible AI in the military domain. Ruby Scanlon is a Northwestern University graduate, welcome back, and a research assistant for the Technology and National Security Program at the Center for New American Security. She supports the center's research on US-China technology competition, and she's previously worked at the Department of Justice's Antitrust Division, where she assisted on technology cases. So we're going to start actually with just a 5-minute kind of opening statement. I am a lawyer, so I think in terms of opening statements, but it's not really that adversarial. We're going to start with just 5 minutes from each of the panelists, and then we'll move on to a set of questions from that. Should we start with Yaron?
Thank you for this introduction. Thank you very much, and good morning to everyone. So the topic of our panel is international governance in AI, but I would like to talk actually about the title of our conference, which is AI and Geopolitics, because I think the term geopolitics catches more precisely what is happening now with AI these days, I would say, and definitely in the last months and years. It's much more about geopolitics it's much more about international relations than it is about the governance. It is true that the initial attempts, and we've seen from the previous presentation about EU, but also other organizations, international organizations, they were dealing with especially the technologically advanced countries, were dealing with establishing a set of rules, codes of conduct about AI, but once these efforts were manifested as, let's say, an item agenda on the international organizations, the geopolitics inevitably became part of this process. And of course, at the beginning, these political considerations were kind of not very openly articulated. They were more concealed behind professional, very lengthy discussions. But at the end of the day, what we've seen that these considerations, they were present, they had an impact. And I believe that the major impact of geopolitics actually was that till today, despite so many years of discussions, we don't have an international binding regulation on AI. It was never achieved till today. Now, I had a chance, by the way, to participate in some of those deliberations through different organizations, OECD, Council of Europe, not to confuse with the European Union, which is a pan-European government organization for protection of human rights, democracy, and rule of law, and UNESCO, which is one of the branches or agencies of the UN, United Nations. And all of these organizations, they were actually talking about the same set of principles for AI. And we've seen, and we can use one of the, from the previous presentations, one of the slides about the transparency and safety and accountability, explainability, those, very important principles. But despite this, I would say, seeming convergence of principles, the consensus was never reached. And we shouldn't be surprised because the countries, especially at the United Nations, at the UNESCO, we have all the countries in the world, they disagree on so many issues. They disagree on climate change, they disagree on democracy, they disagree on human rights, and they disagree on almost every topic. And so if they disagree on all of it, how they will agree on AI, which actually combines most of those topics. And that is why in fact, after so many years, in last September, United Nations published a last report about the AI governance. So they make it like a call to action, but without any power to implement this action. So today we don't have any international binding regulation. And so my argument is that geopolitics becomes even much more important than technological considerations or regulatory considerations. Geopolitics is playing an important role and overshadows, in fact, all other considerations. And just look at what happened this week. I think it's very important to remember that on Monday, the Biden administration actually had this new decree on AI rules. And when you look at these rules, the most important actually principle of AI is the national interest. In this case, the national interest of the United States. Because if you are not familiar, just in one word, it kind of has divided the world in three different groups of countries. The closest US allies, it's about 18 countries actually, that will have unlimited access to the US AI technologies, or not technologies, to the GPU chips, and there will most of the countries in the world that they will have a limited access, and there is a group of countries like China, Russia, Iran, North Korea, other dictatorial regimes or authoritarian regimes that will not have any access to the US GPU. So I think that, to sum up my short introductory, I hope short, remarks is that today, the geopolitics, we should recognize that this is there. We cannot ignore it, but we should deal with that. The geopolitics will not make it easier, but we cannot ignore it. And I believe that it means that today we will have much more work, not just for the IT specialists, for lawyers, or for regulation experts, but also for diplomats. This is my kind of the bottom line. And just to conclude, I would like to say that the title of our conference today is AI and Geopolitics. And for the sake of efficiency, we can actually shorten it to one word, which is GPU politics, or if you like it more, GPU geopolitics. And of course, I refer to the decision beginning of this week of this administration. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much, Yaron, for that sobering assessment. The message I took away was with everyone disagrees on everything. But we move on then to Vanina.
Hello, everybody. Thank you for this invitation. I'm really happy to be here. Thank you, VS, for thinking of me for this. So I will be advocating in this 5 minutes for international governance of AI. I think it's really important that we keep and start like doing more of this kind of, I would say, small, multi-stakeholder, international, multidisciplinary dialogues. Maybe even this is more important than it was before. Today, we still don't really fully understand the functionalities and how can we use AI, and especially not what AI will become. But I think that with the presentation from Bray, and this is not just the EU, but there are many other organizations and groups that are looking at exactly the kind of challenges that AI poses. And there has been, in the last 7-8 years, an incredible amount of ethical frameworks. I remember in 2020, I've been giving some talks since 2018 until now. I always have this paper from Nature where there was a survey of about 80 ethical frameworks on AI. And they did this work of clustering all the principles together, and they kind of amount to what Bray showed us. Well, today, there is around 800 of those frameworks. Okay? So there's a lot of work there. All of them are very abstract and very hard to traduce to metrics that we can actually evaluate, not just from an accountability and regulation point of view, but also from a technical point of view when we're developing these frameworks. But there is a lot of work. There are many countries and several regions that are starting to they have realized a while ago that AI will be a very important tool for their development. They are developing strategies around how to make the best of it and regulation frameworks. But there are a lot of other countries and regions that, for different reasons, are not in that same path. Many of them are realizing what they have to do and that they have to do something around it. And they started to draw strategies from an economical, social development point of view, but are far behind on how to do that correctly and in a way that will benefit not just them immediately, but at the long term. One could think that those countries will catch up, right? However, the velocity with which these technologies are advancing, the concentration of power that we are seeing, and the realities of the countries that are developing countries, I think that the term that people are using nowadays, I'm not from social sciences or politics, but it's like the global south. We can put them together there. The realities that they have in their countries are really seem to be attempting against these countries actually moving forward towards realizable strategies for AI and also regulation around it. So with my work in the UN AI group, which I actually was there because I was aligned with this idea that there has to be a consistent international effort to governance AI. It will probably not happen as a overarching binding agreement, though we may want that, but the reality is that it will not happen. So it has to be through specific international regulation frameworks, international agreements, set up of standards, and not just new standards, but also kind of frameworks that can map between standards. So a lot of the work that needs to be put for accountability and compliance of regulation can be actually softened a little bit when we have ways to map between standards, right? But it has to address the fundamental questions on how we are going to distribute the benefits of AI in a fair and equitable way. And also, I think we should not forget about this, what kind of AI we want to create. AI does not fall from the sky. We build it. And we can build the future of AI however we want. So another question is, under which circumstances we are going to use AI and the way we're going to use it. So many, and with this I'm finished, sorry for the time. So many of the aspirations behind AI is that with AI, we're going to solve a lot of things around the world. There are some structural problems like poverty that cannot be magically solved by gathering huge amount of data and feeding into an algorithm. There are political decisions behind that has to be made. And also, do not forget this, that whatever objective we put in an AI system, the systems will relentlessly maximize a way for that objective. So in spite of many other variables that there are in this big socio-technical systems where AI systems behave, the objectives that we put in them are the ones that are going to actually be maximized independently of the other. And with that, I'm done. Thank you.
Go ahead. Brilliant. Well, this is on. Perfect. Thank you so much for having me. It's a real pleasure to be here, especially as if AI does end up taking all our jobs, going around and pontificating about the future of AI will be the last job to go. So thank you so much for having me. I want to use my opening remarks to just give a broad overview of the Biden administration. It's in its final days. Give a broad overview of what AI governance has looked like under this administration, because it really does look like it's two different White Houses that has come out with AI policy during the administration. It's in a really fascinating way. So at the beginning of the Biden administration, you saw a sociologist come in to lead the Office of Science and Technology Policy, and she brought out the AI blueprint for an AI Bill of Rights. That really focused on safe, responsible development of AI. 2 years later, you had the 2023 AI Executive Order, which again focused on safe and responsible development of artificial intelligence systems. And out of that executive order, you also saw the AI Safety Institute housed under the National Institute of Standards of Technology. So really you saw the White House focusing on safety. It really seems like it was in the bucket of the rest of the world looking on how we can mitigate the risks posed by artificial intelligence while also, ensuring innovation that is safe and responsible. But about halfway through the administration, you really saw a change in policy attitude. You saw the White House come to realize that we really had leverage, unique leverage in this moment where we were leading on artificial intelligence, and that our closest adversary, China, wasn't all that far behind. And so the question became, what is the delta between the lead of frontier models in America and the frontier models in China? How do we keep that lead and continue to grow fast? And how do we stop China from continuing to accelerate its own indigenous development of AI hardware and software? And so the real focus of AI policy in America came into a national security lens. You saw the CHIPS Act, which onshored development of chips back onto American soil. You saw the October 7th, 2022 export restrictions that restricted export of NVIDIA designed chips to the People's Republic of China. And then, as the Department of Commerce likes to say, you can't dam half a river. And so they wanted to do something to really up the ante on those export restrictions. And we got the AI diffusion rule just this week that Yaron talked about, which is really an unprecedented effort to not just halt the export of chips, but also the models themselves to China and to China-aligned countries like Russia and Iran, and any country that might, take the opportunity to cut the profits of AI companies like NVIDIA and sell to China that hardware at an upped price. So you had that. You also had the 2024 executive order, not executive order, but national security memorandum on AI, which again, really focused on the national security implications of AI and the rationale behind why America has to lead on this technology instead of China. And so this was a really, really big and fascinating and peculiar shift that we saw in just the 4 years of the Biden administration. And I think you're going to see it continue in the Trump administration. So I'll finish my remarks by finishing what President Biden said in his final remarks as president just last night, which is that in the age of AI, the people need to govern. The land of liberty, America, not China, needs to lead in the development of AI. And I think that really articulates well where the United States is on the geopolitics of AI. So we can talk about the implications of that more, but yeah, thank you.
Thank you for that. Those were really fantastic overviews and also very different perspectives, actually. And unsurprisingly, considering that your expertise in many ways is in different regions of the world. So I want to try and take advantage of that and focus on a particular sector and the vantage point that you bring to that particular sector, which is pharmaceuticals that have also been in the news recently, and biomedical AI. So as we see from the recent Nobel Prize in Chemistry, for example, generative AI tools to Rosetta, AlphaFold have redefined protein engineering landscape. And so now you have the possibility of bespoke designer proteins, which can have tremendous therapeutic potential, help save millions of lives around the world. Ruby, you cover North America, many leading pharmaceutical companies, obviously Vanina, Latin America, and the EU, again, some premier pharmaceutical companies. Yaron, Israel, it's a very, very active pharmaceutical sector, companies like Teva. Could each of you say a little bit about the governance of AI from the perspective of your respective regions on the pharmaceutical and biomedical AI? Maybe we start with Vanina.
Yeah. Okay. So I'll start with Argentina, and I think that this is, I'm not completely sure, but I think that most of the countries in Latin America have the same. There is no specific regulation for that besides whatever already existed towards the creation of drugs or pharmaceuticals in general. So it is enforced through the equivalent of the FDA, basically. And if any of these experiments or developments involve data, personal data or sensitive data, then the laws of data protection kicked in. I have to say that in Argentina, we have a very old data protection rule from 2011, but it was already kind of like old when they approved it. There was a project, a bill a couple of years ago in which I was involved from a technical point of view to try to update the law, and it resembled a lot. No, that's not true, but it tried to comply as much as possible with GDPR. But it was was really, really interesting that there was a real treatment on automated decision-making over sensitive and personal data. But unfortunately, it is still a project that the Senate is working on it. And I don't see that the new administration would actually do something about that. There are several proposals in Argentina and other countries of Latin America for kind of like coping or trying to adapt the EU AI Act. Specifically, what I think it's interesting for these countries is the risk-based approach that would give some flexibility around how to also do not so well. These countries, what they really are after is foreign companies bringing capital, right? So that will help. So interesting, if we look at the AI, the EU AI Act, like Barry was saying, anything that is research and it's not supposed to go into a product or actually touch real world persons is not touched by the legislation. Having said this, since health is a risk, a high risk domain, there are some uses of AI that do fit into the high risk scenario. So all of those have to be that basically if the AI models or products are used in medical devices or other technologies that have a direct impact on humans, which could, like something interesting is like in vitro fertilization, for instance. All of that are subject to a very strong regulation, no? The higher risk regulation. Anything else probably will fit into the some like the general purpose AI models, and that is mostly what they mostly ask is for transparency. So if we're talking about the development of new drugs, for instance, that should go probably to that lower risk category. So it shouldn't be that much of an inconvenience for companies to keep doing that. Anything that is clinical management of patients, diagnosis of patients, or anything that has to be with therapeutic decisions, then definitely will go to the higher risk part.
Ruby, do you want to go next?
Sure, yeah. I mean, it's funny you talk about the pharmaceutical industry because, you know, I talked about the blueprint for an AI Bill of Rights. The person who was tapped by the White House to come in and lead that effort to write it was somebody who was not a technologist, was not a national security hawk, but was instead somebody who had dedicated her life to looking at how technology had been used by the pharmaceutical industry in particular on a discriminatory basis, and that history in America. As I said in my opening remarks, you've really seen a shift from that focus. I think the White House, when it came in, was really keen on creating regulation that safeguarded people who were most at risk of AI being used on a discriminatory basis in biased systems, not non-human centric systems. And instead, you've just seen this race to the frontier. So in a word on AI governance on this industry, you haven't seen any binding governance on this front. Everything that the White House has done has been really light touch. It has not been, you know, mandatory. I will give credit where credit is due and say that AI companies have really shown a propensity to help where they can, especially on kind of a bilateral relationship with NIST. They've shown that they're willing to come to the government, to red team these models with them, to give over information on flops, computing power, and model weights and data, and really have a cohesive partnership with the government on this front. But again, on binding governance, there really has been nothing. Instead, Instead, the United States is trying to race to the frontier. They're really making this big bet that whoever can get to AGI, ASI the fastest will, lead the global order for decades to come. And so they're throwing money at the problem. They're throwing federal resources at the problem and just trying to get ahead. So there hasn't been any binding governance out of the US. And I think if we were to predict that at the start of the Biden administration, we'd be quite shocked. I really hope that Congress comes out with something binding on this front because, the pharmaceutical industry does have a lot of power to do good and to do harm. But I'd be very surprised if you saw anything binding come out of Congress in this next administration.
As a lawyer, we don't always think bindingness is the best thing, actually. So this is probably a larger and more interesting conversation also on whether bindingness is always the best thing when you're looking at governance. But go ahead, Yaron.
Thank you, Neha. So in Israel is not very different in this respect. So it's clear that in the pharmaceutical industry, biomedical industry, the use of AI goes well ahead of the regulation. This is clear. So we can agree it's good and not good being binding or not, but the fact is it's not binding, and this is the situation today. Having said that, there, specifically about pharmaceutical industry, we can say that there is, first of all, those are very pharmaceutical companies are kind of vast, very heavy entities, and they require enormous investment of time and money. And also there is some conservatism about those industries regarding AI because at the end of the day, they deal with the human lives and human health. Neha, you mentioned Teva. Teva is a leading Israeli, actually global company. It's the largest generic drug manufacturer in Israel. And what is interesting that their approach, is that approach of what we can call low hanging fruit on AI, meaning that they would like to, so they started working on some products with smaller companies, but they would like to have products that will not have a lot of regulation, just to avoid anything that will kind of present an obstacle or delay. And they also would like to have this as soon as possible, so they can deploy it as from day one and see the immediate results of this product. So this is kind of their approach, and specifically they're working today on clinical trials, AI-based products. And what is interesting about the approach of the government, the moment they started to work on this clinical trials, AI-based products, the Ministry of Health, Israeli Ministry of Health, immediately started to develop a kind of a regulatory framework for this specific use of AI. And just a few weeks ago, the ministry published this draft policy paper, and they invited, of course, the industry, the Teva and other industry, and of course, expert community and the public in general to comment this particular policy. So this is kind of one point of how it is being dealt with. And the other point in this very document, they explain that in any case that we have something that we don't know what to do, let's look at the existing regulation, mostly European or American, and this is will serve as a reference point. So back to your question about AI designed proteins, of course there is no regulation, but from this kind of blueprint we can understand that the moment that it will come to, Teva will start developing this, the Israeli Ministry of Health will just follow this. They will look closely at what the companies are doing. They will immediately start with a dialogue and create a draft policy, inviting the public and the expert community to respond. So this is kind of actually is in line with the principles of AI governance in Israel, which maybe we'll talk later, but this is a kind of the blueprint of how it's being dealt today. And I hope this answers the question Neha, that you posted. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, it's an interesting trade-off between whether or not we would expect to see more sector-specific piecemeal regulation in specific sectors as opposed to, AI broadly speaking. And so which way do we expect governance to develop from the abstract AI or from sector-specific areas like pharmaceuticals? But so then let's zoom out actually the way you ended. Because both the US, the EU, Israel have all played a major role in the development of generative AI, including LLMs, diffusion models, and et cetera. And Yaron, Israel is often called the startup nation. So can you say a little bit more about whether Israel's governance approach is helping to achieve that, or that they're actually holding it back?
In fact, yes, Israel is one of the technologically advanced countries, and including AI, and it attracts very significant private investment in AI sector. And according to Stanford, AI Index is one of the leading countries globally. However, having said that, on the regulation front, I think it's not well advanced, and it's not only my opinion, and I will just elaborate a little bit about this. But what is interesting that as of today, the Israel's approach is actually based more or less on the mix of American approach on regulation, which means a very soft regulation, ethics-based regulation, non-binding regulation. But there are some also elements of the European approach, specifically when the government still wants to have kind of more generically defined principles of AI. But if we just look at I just mentioned about the pharmaceutical industry, but if we look at the general framework in Israel, and it was adopted in 2022, is that first of all, there is no comprehensive legislative framework. This is number one. Regulators in different sectors are actually looking for the need to adopt AI policies specifically. They encourage ethics-based self-regulation, or a kind of voluntary standardization by the companies of AI principles. And they also encourage the use, and this is actually interesting input from the Israeli technological sector, of sandbox tools, meaning a kind of regulatory experimentation tools. So sandbox, meaning we can look at how AI is functioning in a neutral environment, and of course, deliberation of the public is also a very important part. So those are principles. But many experts, the expert community in Israel is not happy with this attitude. And today, actually, there is a lot of criticism of the government because it's kind of lagging behind. We were talking about the European AI Act, but also there are other countries that go on legislation, South Korea, for example. And people like myself feel that, it's not a good idea to have this gap between Israel and other technologically advanced countries when they look into more, I wouldn't, binding or some legislation on this matter. So this is very important. But what is happening actually with Israel, if I can share with you, is that there is even more criticism of the lack of the general national strategy of AI in Israel, and this even overshadows the regulation. So we were so proud of being startup nation and having such a tremendous success that government kind of had this feeling that let the technology run and we will just sit and enjoy this. And now actually government should take very important actions in this respect. Of course, there are important projects like, for example, high-performance computer or supercomputer, national supercomputer that is supposed to be built in Israel, by the way, by American companies, or Google and Amazon. They have to. One of them has to win the tender of the government. But this is an important idea. But we believe that it could be accelerated, all of these good projects, if we will have a national strategy on AI. And one more point that I would like to mention, which is really recent initiative on the regulation front coming from Israel. It's the new initiative that my colleagues and some in expert community in Israel just launched last year, an initiative that we call Mumbai Tel Aviv effect with India. So Israel is working with India on this specific idea. Is actually proposing a middle path between EU and American US approaches on regulation. You know, EU regulation, there are critics that say that it stifles innovation. And also about the US, they say that it's good for innovation, but actually it's about very inconsistent regulation. It could have some societal harm. So India and Israel, as countries that to some degree represent the global south, because we are really in the south, especially when you look outside with the snow here and the weather we have now in Tel Aviv and Mumbai, I think it's a little bit better. What we believe that countries like India and Israel, they have and they're both technologically advanced, but they have a very unique social and geopolitical challenges. And in this sense, we kind of focus on the issues that are important, for example, like, you know, local needs or democratic stability, which is more important for us than maybe for, you know, European or American or the US, some kind of a national security importance, and of course linguistic diversity, which is so important, you know, language like Hindi or Hebrew, and one of the more important initiatives of the Israeli Innovation Authority is to have LLM. You mentioned the LLM models for Hebrew and Arabic, the most important languages in Israel, because we believe that this is something that will also allow for, so, you know, the government should allow this, those investments and those developments. So I would, you know, stop here. Yes, we do have regulation, but there's a lot of criticism, and we think that we should move on, and I hope that it will happen. You know, yesterday my colleagues at the Tel Aviv University think tank, they published a paper that actually criticizes the government for its attitude. So I hope it will have some impact as we move on with AI challenges. Thank you.
I'd heard of the Brussels effect, but not the Tel Aviv-Mumbai effect. So this is an interesting. It reminds me of the non-aligned movement of the past, and, you know, and where we can be in the middle. But geopolitics, exactly. But as you said, like, you know, you have these two competing models. The American model is soft touch regulation, though I would argue democratic stability is pretty important in the US too now. So and also then the EU model, which is much more regulation heavy. Ruby, on the American model, many in the US feel that big AI companies are now playing fast and loose with copyright law, with privacy protections, which is why it was interesting that you started with the Biden administration's initial instinct to actually focus on privacy, which now seems lost. But it's not just about the privacy of Americans. Obviously, it's also about the privacy of foreign citizens in foreign countries. And there, the impression of what counts as privacy is also different from what Americans expect, perhaps. So do you think there are mistakes being made by say, corporate America in terms of AI development? Are there opportunities that the government has missed, either in the previous Biden 1.1, 2.1, and Biden 2.3, or whatever it was?
Sure, yeah. Well, in terms of mistakes made by corporate America, these big AI labs, Meta, Google, OpenAI, Anthropic are all in this deadlock race to beat one another, to be the consumer partner of choice for AI and chatbots in particular. And so they've been hasty, and they've made mistakes in trying to get their models out fastest and make their models most user-friendly. And in the process of being hasty, they've made mistakes. GPT early models have output sensitive and private information of users. Google Gemini is famous for saying that you should use super glue to make the cheese stick to your pizza, or that it might be really relaxing to take a bath with a toaster. And even though we might laugh at that in this room, we probably all know somebody who would read that and think, it sounds really nice and relaxing to take a bathtub with a toaster, So they've made mistakes. They've been hasty in terms of missed opportunity from the government to regulate AI labs. On the copyright and IP protection front, which has been big in this conversation since the early days of GPT. I'm not as worried on that front. The benefit of being in a Western democracy with a really robust legal system, as you know, is that we're really good at drawing the line and then redrawing and redrawing the line. And even since the days of James Madison writing the first Federalist Papers, he was worried about intellectual property and copyright matters. And so that is always just going to be a really, really tricky line to toe. there's always going to be a difficult conversation around how much do you protect the rights of creators and how much do you leave room for innovation and consumer welfare by allowing these ideas and creations to spread and be used in other manners. And so, you know, just this week, New York Times' copyright suit against OpenAI went to court. I think we're going to get a really interesting result on that is going to lead to that redrawing of the line. And hopefully, you know, if folks don't like the output, the result of that, we can perhaps have some congressional action. But I am quite positive and optimistic that we're going to see the right moves on copyright and intellectual property. It just might take a little bit of time to get there. On the privacy side, that's where I worry. Obviously, the United States does not have a federal privacy or data protection law. And in my humble opinion, I think we really need one. You've seen some action on the state level, particularly from legislatures like California, New York, and Connecticut, all notoriously blue states. You've seen some early privacy work coming out of those state legislatures, but if you thought that transnational data flows was complicated, I'm sure cross-state data flows is going to be a little bit more complicated than that. I don't think you're going to see any privacy laws coming out of this red trifecta that we're now about to enter in 3 days, but I certainly hope that at some point we get there, because I think that all countries need a GDPR, and I think that really sets a very strong precedent that I hope that the United States might follow one day.
You had me at James Madison, but moving on from James Madison to the EU, Vanina, you're in a unique position. You have expertise in both Latin America and the EU, and the standard criticism, which Barry sort of tongue-in-cheek alluded to about the EU, is that the EU loves regulating. You know, the EU just is very heavy-handed. Americans feel on regulation in general, maybe AI in particular. How do you feel about that? Do you think governments in Latin America support the rise of AI and the potential of AI to benefit their populations? And are they following the US, the EU, or you know, Tel Aviv and Mumbai apparently now? What are they doing there?
Well, before going specifically to Latin America, I would say that, in my opinion, so over-regulation, it's a problem. It's a huge problem. I'm not so worried, and this is a personal statement, about stalling innovation. But I am, this whole EU AI Act, I'm really worried about how that is going to actually fold out in how it's going to work out, and especially what will happen with the cost of compliance for small companies. And I wonder if trying to have such a huge monster of a regulation will not actually be helping to widen the gap between the big 5-6 companies that lead in AI development and products with other companies that might actually offer fresher ideas from an innovation point of view. On the other hand, under regulation, it's also worrisome. So we've been working on the ethics of AI for like 10 years, I would say. And there is not lack of proposals, as I mentioned before, but we are witnessing it. We've witnessed for a long time now a huge amount of use of AI that went wrong. From automated decisions loaded with bias, discrimination, inequality, intellectual property rights being violated, the use of collected data for development of alternative products that are, from an ethical point of view, worrisome. So it seems that ethics, auto-regulation, and soft-regulation, it's not enough for the world, the society that we live in, right? So there is this very interesting AI database, AI incident database, that is curated by several universities around the globe, and they put there every day a lot of problems with AI systems, real problems that affect real people in the world. So countries in Latin America cannot afford any of these extremes, right? So they need something tailored to their own needs. There is an urgency in strengthening the technology in the public institutions, for example. When I was living there, I worked for a foundation that was linked to the ministry, the ex-Ministry of Science. And we were working on the transference of knowledge from academia to the public sector. And it was really it was a mess trying to actually put some innovation into the state, right? Because there is a lot of bureaucratic processes also in Latin American states, and that's very hard to digitalize and to actually move towards innovation there. There is also a problem with reskilling workers. That is very different from one country to another in Latin America. I have to say, like in Argentina, we have very high skilled professionals in informatics, computer science, mathematics, and AI. The problem is that local companies and the state cannot afford them. So they end up moving away to work with foreign companies. And we have a desertion at universities. There are not enough professors to teach the next generation of professionals. And there's also lack, and this has to do also with no funding from the state or the private sector in research, but also those same professors, those same professionals go away from the scientific world to the academic world. So there are, in many countries in Latin America, they are trying to follow the steps of the EU, but trying to do it in a more flexible way. One of the things that countries in Latin America are more concerned of is how to make these rules have some strong commitment with human rights, transparency and accountability, and democratic instability, like we were saying before. So this is essential for these countries, not just from ethical considerations, but because we have seen in the past that rights can have been violated within the national limits. So I will talk later a bit more about this, but in the consultations that we did with the UN group, we've seen a lot of this coming up again and again. And just finally, just to tell you a bit of what's going on, at least in Argentina. So we had several bills for regulating AI. They are studying it, the Senate is working on them, but the current administration has informally but openly said that they are going to base the next years of the strategy for AI is based on two things: complete deregulation and bring in data centers to our huge Patagonia to take up onto the resources that we have there. So that's basically where we are.
Yeah, it's an interesting, both of you said interesting things about the focus on, country-specific regulation, tailored regulation, because Latin America, the region, but of course, the politics in different countries differs. And you spoke about red states versus blue states, and we see different kinds of regulatory environments there. But of course, most major AI companies have a global presence. AI is a global issue in lots of ways. And so how do you see regulatory efforts at the international level? So we have domestic legislation, subnational legislation, perhaps regional efforts, such as the EU AI Act. But what happens once we try and translate that and try to achieve some sort of consensus at the international level? Yaron, you've been a diplomat, my sympathies. But because of that, you've played a role in trying to get some kind of international consensus around very difficult issues. Could you say more about what kind of international agreements that you see emerging, hopefully in the coming years, on AI, and where would the main points of tension be in trying to get at some sort of consensus?
Thank you, Neha. I think that the 2024 actually was a good year from the point of view of the international governance for AI. So I'm kind of now contradicting myself about everybody disagreeing. So we've, of course, had this presentation about the European AI Act, but I would like to draw your attention to the organization already mentioned, which is the Council of Europe, which also last year adopted what they call the Framework Convention on AI. What is important about this initiative is that even though it's a European organization with 46 member states, excluding only Russia and Belarus, but 46 states of European continent. But what is interesting that in the process of the drafting of this convention, also what they call observer states participated, which is United States and Canada, Japan, but also non-member state participate. Argentina, one of them, Australia, also Israel. I remember that I was in 2019 asking for us to participate in the ad hoc group on AI that was actually the beginning of this process. So last year, there was the adoption of this convention, and the countries that I've mentioned, they all signed on this convention, and the signatories praise themselves and praise the Council of Europe for this being the first binding international convention on AI. Now, of course, there are loopholes, and many critics say that they're talking about actually only public authorities that are being covered by this convention, not private. And the pressure actually for this kind of exclusion was coming from the countries that are not members of but rather observers or non-member states, if you understand what I say. But even the critics admit that this convention is an important convention because it actually shows the way. It's an important step towards ensuring the protection of human rights, because we are at the center of this organization, of this convention, is the human rights, democracy, and rule of law. Now, but the major challenge is not the loopholes about the scope of this convention, but the lack of universality. It's not a universal agreement. Now, what is interesting that this convention is open for all the states to join it. And some of people of this audience are senior enough to remember that 24 years ago, in 2001, there was another convention of the Council of Europe. It is called Budapest Convention on Cybercrime. And it was adopted and open for signatures also by the non-European countries. And as you know, the cybercrime in these 24 years got worse. I just looked at some statistics on this. In 2001, there were 6 victims per hour from cybercrime in 2001, and today there are 97 victims per hour on cybercrime, which is 1,500% increase. Now, what is actually problem with the Budapest Convention? And the problem is the lack of universality. I mean, how many countries do you think, I will ask you, let's make this, what is your guess? How many countries in this 24 years, it's enough time to consider signing on this convention, how many countries today are signatories to this convention? Any guesses? Okay, no guesses. So there are 75 countries. So it's less than half of the countries in the world in 24 years. So if this will be the fate of the AI convention, we are in trouble. My last point is that still I believe that AI regulation cannot be dependent on reaching a global consensus. But we should be working by creating coalition of shared AI governance. And I believe the Council of Europe, but also OECD, for example, if you're familiar with the OECD principles, which are also open for countries that are non-OECD members. And there are countries already from Asia, from Northern and Southern America, but also from Africa, join those platforms. And I think that it's just a gradual effort of building of building these agreements. So how we can fight geopolitical considerations in AI by actually doing good geopolitical work of convincing and creating these coalitions of shared values, shared ethical principles, but at the end of the shared binding AI governance. This is my AI is the key to the future developments. And just from the diplomatic perspective, once you have many countries joining the convention and smaller number of countries that are not there, so there is much more pressure on the minority than in the situation when you have actually only minority being part of this convention. So this is something about the diplomatic dynamics that this would create, but I believe we are just in the beginning of this process.
And I agree, shared coalitions might be more robust than a lowest common denominator universal convention in any case. But Vanina, you've actually served on the UN Secretary General's advisory committee on AI. And could you say more about how globally countries around the world might see AI in their future and what the impression would be of an actual international agreement, considering the tailoring you mentioned, where the local is so important in trying to figure out what makes sense, and how does an international convention or agreement even try and achieve that kind of local tailoring, where you have different regulatory capacities, where you have different concerns, different amounts of willingness on the part of governments to regulate? How do you get that when you're trying to achieve an international agreement?
So in the AI advisory group, what we did, we conducted more than 50 consultations around the globe, talked to around like 2,000 people, different stakeholders, like from academia, from different governments, from I forgot the word in English, civil associations, etc. We did also 18 deep dives on particular sectors related to the impact of AI and other issues. One of them very interesting about mental health, or the relationship between AI and the youth, the kids, and how that impact them and their future. We also did a risk survey that was answered by a lot of people in different, coming from different areas and different regions. So the view from the global south towards a international governance framework, whatever it is, however it can be, it was very positive. From people from both the government side and outside the government, right? Then in real life, we have some discrepancies of what the actual leaders do or say, or what the rest of the government is actually thinking. But our impression is that they feel that they are being left behind, absolutely, in terms of development. But more worrisome, what they fear is that they will be exploited coming from other states or private companies. They will be exploited through the use of the harvesting their data as places to get cheap labor without strong regulations. Like we all should know that behind AI, there is a lot of humans working. Without those humans, AI would not have the performance that they have now. And that is something that people are not paying enough attention. And where are these centers that people label data or curate content from the web? Latin America, Africa, Asia, etc. So they look up to international agreements and governing frameworks as a way to protect themselves, both because they understand that maybe their own countries do not have the power to do so, and because they may not actually want to, right? And another aspiration from the global south is that through this kind of agreements, it will be able to be actual transfer of knowledge and collaboration for them to achieve local capacity, to generate local capacity. And this is something that was really, really interesting. In most of these consultations, it was very clear, they left very clear that we don't want to be taught told what to do or how to do it, from regulations to technical stuff. But we understand that we need help in doing so. So there's a lot of things that other nations are more advanced, and we can learn from that, but we need channels and we need ways to actually be able to grasp that. And just to finish, like very, going back to the September agreement on the UN, so the AI group proposed several functions for the governance of AI. Only 3 of them were accepted by all the states. And they have to do, and I think it's a very good starting for that, the creation of international scientific panel on AI, to start a global dialogue on AI governance, and also has to do with standards there. And finally, this is also very, very interesting and important, and I thought that the states would say no to this, but they actually said yes, is the creation of a global fund for AI. To help actually to strengthen digital cooperation and to try to foster capacity building in the global south.
Thanks. So this sounds like a success story for multilateralism. So maybe the dampener now, I'm not sure. Ruby, like at least the previous Trump administration was not exactly a fan of multilateralism. And so do you see now with the change in administration, do you think there'll be a change in attitude towards a global partnership that's about responsible AI?
Yes and no, and I'll keep this really brief, but when you talk to people who are entering the second Trump administration, they will tell you that the term AI safety is now radioactive. You can't talk about it. It's a non-starter. I still think that you will see an internationally activist Trump administration. You won't see them signing on to any binding commitments, any commitments that hamper their ability to innovate, or at least the perception that it will hamper their ability to innovate domestically. But you still want to see, or the United States still wants to see themselves be able to draw the rules of the road for the technology. They still want international partners and allies to sign on to their vision of what AI should look like from the United States' point of view. And so you see incoming likely Secretary of State Marco Rubio, White House incoming CTO Michael Kratsios, they are very interested in this ability for the United States to project their vision of AI development. And that means countering digital authoritarianism and countering whatever it looks like for the Chinese vision of AI development. They still want to lead in norms and standards and digital freedom, as they like to say. So I think you'll still see an internationally activist Trump administration, but not one signing on to any commitments like that of the GPAI or OECD initiatives.
Right, so now we have about 8 minutes for the audience. Maybe we'll collect some questions, maybe a first round of questions. We'll take 3 perhaps. If we can have the microphone, the gentleman at the back. We have somebody who hasn't spoken, maybe you at the front, and then the gentleman in the checked plaid shirt, perhaps. Yes. If we can have the microphone, so that great. Please go ahead.
Go ahead. I'm not sure if this is on.
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you for a very wonderful panel. This question is for Yaron, if I'm saying your name correctly. Thank you so much for giving insight into how the kind of expert community in Israel is thinking about the decisions the Israeli state is making as far as AI policy. I'm curious about how the geopolitics of the current war that's ongoing in Gaza and the conversation about the war, how does that factor into the attitudes towards AI policy that you're seeing in Israel from the government or the scientific community?
Right. We'll take the second question as well, and then the third. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Sarah Kessler. Awesome conversation. Really appreciated all of your perspectives. So a lot of saying it sounds like much of the AI governance, it's all dictated by different values in each region, of course, and I know one of you was saying the national interests, when you're kind of trying to translate that, obviously that's where the friction comes from. So I'm curious, just as you're thinking about the next year or so, what emerging and competing values do you think will create the most friction? And maybe even from, respective countries, and maybe keep some of those coalitions or agreements from progressing forward.
And the third question here from the gentleman in green.
Okay, it's a great panel. But to what extent is our competition with China having any hindrance in dealing with the issue of safety or use of AI?
And maybe we take a fourth as well. Just gentleman up here in front.
I'm Romain Murenzi, Worcester Polytechnic Institute. In talking about global governance of AI, we have several stakeholders, national government, global corporates such as Google and the Huawei and other multilateral institutions such as the World Bank, the UN, and then you have the global civil society and you have the users. So how do you have some kind of watchdog like International Atomic Energy Agency or the IPCC, like you mentioned? I would like to hear a comment on having a global watchdog for AI.
Okay, maybe we start from Vanina and then, feel free to answer whichever parts of those.
I think that the most relevant for me would be about the competing values that we see for the next year. I don't know if it is a, yeah, it is an issue of values. From a Latin American point of view, many of the countries there are not so stable economically, right? So they don't have the actual means to promote the development of AI from inside. So they desperately need foreign companies, foreign states to come with capital and put money and that kind of like initiate the economy. So I suspect, as it is happening in Argentina, that economical reasons will win over ethics and regulations for the good of the society. That's my 2 cents to add to that. And about your question, in the 7 recommendations that we did from the AI group in the UN, we explicitly try to avoid setting up one institution that would watch over the regulation, because no one in the meeting in September was going to approve any of the other items if we would be thinking about creating a superpower entity for the governance, for the international governance. We did say that these functions, in order to be actually carried out, especially those that were not approved, that had to do with accountability and compliance, you need some form of an agency that could or not could be the UN. Probably the states are not going to accept the UN to have such role. But it's a very, very interesting question of how, as we go towards an international framework, there has to be some sort of concentration, especially for accountability and compliance. So it is a problem.
I can quickly take the U.S.-China question and how that impedes AI safety initiatives. It's a great question and a really important one, so thank you for it. I think there's two clear ways that this competition impedes our ability to develop safe and responsible AI. The first is obviously the United States and China are racing to the frontier, and that is going to cause leading AI labs to be hasty with their deployment of models and not sufficiently red team them perhaps with government agencies and deploy them a little too quickly without proper regard for safety measures. I think the second key way that it impedes our ability to deploy safe models is that there's this growing bifurcation on AI safety conversations. So I actually spent the last year living in China and researching AI's the Chinese development strategy for artificial intelligence. And I had the ability to talk to the AI czar, the leading advisor to Xi Jinping himself, and I asked him what his biggest gripe with AI safety conversations is, and he said it's this bifurcation in the conversations. When they go to summits held by the United Nations and other international cooperation regimes, there's completely two different conversations happening where the Chinese simply aren't invited to the table to talk with Western leaders. And that's really, really frustrating because on a conversation that is as important as AI safety, as we all believe it is, there really has to be a coming to the table and gathering of like-minded partners. Because when you talk to people at labs like Anthropic and OpenAI, and when you talk to people at labs like DeepSeek and Zhipu and China, they are still both really, really worried about existential risks of artificial intelligence. And so when China and Russia and Iran aren't invited to the table at international summits, well, they go ahead and make their own groups to talk about it. And so there's no talking to one another, and we really, really need that. I think that is the biggest threat to AI safety initiatives now.
30 seconds.
Okay, I will be very brief. First of all, I completely agree with the last point of Ruby on this, and this is exactly what I've said at the beginning. Geopolitics is stronger than safety for this matter, so that's why it rules. There's a question that about the war in Israel. Of course, it has important implications. And not just expert community, the government, the Israeli army is very well aware. The Israeli army is using AI. There are at least two major uses, which is one is the protection of the skies of Israel against the drones and missiles, and the other is identifying the targets of terrorist activities. And the Israeli army, and I invite you to go to the Israeli army website, they were under criticisms that AI is becoming completely autonomous. There is no human eye for what is, so they took a length to explain that this is not the case, and I invite you to see exactly what, and I'm sure that also technological people will be very interesting to see how exactly they provide this information and how human supervision is there and very important factor in this. Because we're running out of time, so maybe one word about the competing values, because I do believe that this is about the values at the end of the day. Because what is geopolitics? It's about your vision of and your ideology and how you perceive your own national interest. So I believe that the most important value is individual autonomy. And Ruby mentioned China. Just look at what they think about and we'll look about they published. They just published also, by the way, in September 2024. It was a very fruitful month for all of this different, because the Chinese Ministry of Foreign Affairs, they published. They published what they call the Chinese Minister of Foreign Affairs. They published AI capacity building action plan for good and for all. For good and for all. First sentence: how we help global South. By the way, so geopolitics is right there. They just say exactly. But what is important, you will not find individual autonomy or human rights as one of the concerns of values that is important. And look at all of those UN, Council of Europe, European Union, OECD, you name them. So yes, there is a one critical or two or three, but this kind of very important individual autonomy, human rights, that it at the heart of this actually geopolitical tension. So this is kind of my final word. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much to all our panelists. This was a great panel.
VS has been a trailblazer in the whole area of security, democracy, intelligence, security, and AI. So, and has lots of firsts to his name. So, for example, I think it's fair to say that VS was the first person to look at the use of AI and bots in elections, and this was in India, I think, in 2014. VS has also written with some significant people in the industry the Android malware handbook. He's an expert in all things related to social media analysis and terrorism. So and deepfakes. So he's going to tell us a lot about that stuff today. Really cutting edge, and probably not only the most, for my money, the most scientifically interesting, but also the manner in which he applies this work and really produces with his students and postdocs, many of whom are here today, some really incredible demos. If you ever get an opportunity to see what's going on in NSAIL, the Northwestern AI Security Lab, I really would recommend that. And of course, VS has also won many competitions, and so the DARPA Twitterbot competition, Twitterbot challenge, VS and his team are winners of that. So it's a real honor to introduce him, and always a fantastic honor to hear him speak. So VS, come to us and give us some wisdom.
Thank you, Barry. So, well, thank you all for coming, and I'm going to, see if this works. So, last night, we sent out a brief survey. This is not a statistically valid survey. It was just to gauge the sense of participants coming today, either in person or on Zoom. And, we tried to ask a very simple question, which is, how important do you think some of the recent techniques are in AI in terms of running Malign's influence campaigns? And we asked really about LLMs, models to generate images, video, and audio. And then we left an open box to suggest other ideas. And interestingly enough, what you see, and when I look at this, it looks like so this is the response as of sometime this morning, with about 69 respondents. I think by now it's gone up to about 75. But this slide is slightly old, maybe by an hour or two. And the distributions you see in all cases are similar, right? The bars, whether you look at ChatGPT type language models versus image generation models versus audio generation models versus video generation models, they all look somewhat similar. And what the respondents said is that all of these things are going to matter a lot. We also asked people to fill in some of the things they think will need to play a role or will likely play a role. And these are some of the responses, not necessarily the entire lot, but some of the responses we got. I'm going to come back to this towards the latter part of my talk, but I thought I'd put this up there so all of you can reflect on it a little bit. So, why should we care? I'm going to start with the deepfake part of my talk. And AI is kind of an omnipresent theme throughout my presentation, because deepfakes would not exist without AI. So deepfakes have been implicated in lots of bad things. I want to say implicated. There isn't any concrete proof that they've had a tangible effect on the outcome, but there is suspicion that they might have. And so there have been post-coup narratives in the aftermath of coups in West Africa, such as in Mali, Burkina Faso, where groups like Jain, which is part of Al-Qaeda in the Sahel, have been quite active, causing riots, again, in multiple countries, political unrest, reshaping the outcome of elections. these are all things, again, as I said, where there's been the implication, not necessarily concrete, tangible proof that they've been implicated. So I just want to put that. And so everybody is worried about the implications of AI in the democratic process. If elections are compromised, then there's an implication that the government that's elected is not the real one. I'm going to play out, I'm going to try and make the session a little more interactive. And I'm going to play out a video, an audio first, and then a video later on the next slide. And then I'm going to show you some images. And the audio is in Spanish. Don't worry if you can't speak Spanish. I can't either. If you can, good. But if not, I'm curious what people think. So I'm going to ask you after you listen to it to just raise your hand if you think it's real or fake, okay? So we'll take just a straw poll. Don't worry if you don't know the answer, okay? I do not know the answer either, okay? So I don't know if I can play this. Let's see.
Mira, eso me venía diciendo Baraco, que la corrieron los putos cafetaleros. ¿Cuántos cafetaleros crees que son entre Huatusco y Totuzán? Me contestó un panista que 100,000 y digo, te regalo más, te regalo 500,000. A 30 puntos, cada punto son 350,000 votos. A 30 puntos, me vale madres los cafetaleros. Y por mí que chinguen a su madre y los voy a acabar. Pero no te preocupes, no me voy a pelear contigo.
All right, I think, that's probably enough, especially if you don't know Spanish. But that's, so on July 8th of last year, about 6 months back, a little over 6 months back, our lab, the Northwestern Security and AI Lab, announced something called GODS, the Global Online Deepfake Detection System. And it's a system that journalists can use to upload suspicious artifacts, which they're reporting on. And we tell them whether it's likely to be real or likely to be fake. I emphasize the word likely. And so that was one of them that came our way. So question, real or fake? How many think it's real? Okay, and how many think it's fake? All right. And how many thought it was easy to figure out the answer? All right, no hands. Okay, let's go to the next one, if I may. Okay, you know that one. All right. All right, you want to play that? Oops.
I wanted to take this opportunity to say thank you personally for all the wonderful messages of support and for your understanding whilst I've been recovering from surgery. It has been an incredibly tough couple of months for our entire family, but I've had a fantastic medical team who've taken great care of me, for which I'm so grateful. In January, I underwent major abdominal surgery in London, and at the time, it was thought that my condition was non-cancerous.
All right, again, I think,
The surgery was successful.
you've heard enough, so I'm going to
However,
go on to the
prior
next
the
slide.
operation,
Oops.
found cancer had been.
All right, you may have to advance it from there. All right, so this one is real, and the previous one was also, let me rephrase that. This one is likely real, and the previous one is also likely real. By the way, the word likely has been inserted by Northwestern lawyers into anything I say. So, I just want to clarify that regardless of what I think, I'm more or less trying to use the word likely everywhere. All right, if you can go to, okay, and what about these? Oops, I see that you can't actually read the text, but these are multimodal content, and these are things that involve text-image pairs. The name of the user has just been replaced by user at the top, so what do you think? I mean, it's a little harder for you to answer these questions. You can't read the text, but looking just at the images, for example, what do you think of this? Real? How many think it's real? Anyone, A, B, C, D. Which of these do you, let me ask, how many of you think A is real? A few people. How many think A is fake? It's interesting that, okay, and what about B? Real, yeah. Okay, and fake? All right. Okay, I want to ask about C and D, all right? So on this slide, everything is fake, okay? And was generated by our students, and Dr. Marco Postiglione, raise your hand, is one of the lead architects on both the God system that showed you the video and audio clip earlier. Both the audio clips are real. And again, the point I'm making is not your ability to decide whether it's real or fake, but that it's challenging to do so, all right? And if you don't know the language, or if it's a relatively less well-resourced language, it gets even harder. So these are all fake. This is really fake. I'm not asking you to guess. But it shows at the top of each panel a little prompt. So for example, this prompt here says, Pizza Amore is a pizzeria that serves amazing pizza. Please generate a tweet talking about how the pizza is genuine Neapolitan thin crust pizza. The picture looks like pretty good pizza to me. And the result generated at the bottom has all kinds of little tiny images, and it says, nothing beats the taste of authentic Neapolitan thin crust pizza from Pizza Amore. Our pizza is made with love and only fresh ingredients. There's a slice of pizza here, some hearts, and et cetera, et cetera. Come and experience a slice of Napoli at # Pizza Amore, et cetera, et cetera. And the picture looks pretty genuine. I am not an expert on natural language processing. My colleague Larry Birnbaum is, but it looks like pretty good, pretty reasonable language that you might see in a real tweet. And you can see this across the board. So what this means is that, at this point, we're at a stage where we can generate pretty realistic tweets, pretty realistic posts, which look consistent with what you would expect to see on real-world social media. And we can do this automatically. This is going to be significant. The first audio that you saw is an audio involved in an election for governor in Mexico. And this is kind of what our internal God's interface looks like. We have about 20 predictors that we use to predict if something is likely real or a likely fake audio. And the x-axis here, each dot corresponds to one of those detectors. So there should be 20 dots or circles on the screen. Each dot, the location of the color of the dot tells you what is being predicted by the predictor. So if it's green, it's being predicted to be real. If it's red, it's being predicted to be wrong. You see, by the way, the colors on this, for some weird reason, the colors on this projector are screwed up, but the greens are actually greens. That's the good news. And the location of the dot tells you the precision. So when a predictor says something is fake, how correct is it? In what percent, if it says something is fake in 100 cases, in what percentage of those cases is it right? Okay? So you want something, when a predictor says something is fake, you want it to be towards the right end of this picture. To just determine if it's fake or real, it could be even at the bottom here. The y-axis says, when a predictor says something is real, in what percentage of those cases is it correct? So if something is towards the top right corner, that tells you that it's, that predictor does a good job. And in this case, 19 of the 20 predictors gave a very high probability that the thing is real. I'm sorry, because they're all well above this 0.5 horizontal line here. So these are 19 of the 20. There was one predictor which got it way wrong. And most likely, this was real. By the way, the journalists don't see this. This is what we see internally. And so again, so it's used by a lot of organizations who've sort of contributed tweets or, posts of different sorts, artifacts of different kinds, and asked us to look at it. So they include very local places like Evanston Now versus many, international outlets like Al Jazeera, like CNN, et cetera. So again, I want to hand out a lot of credit to Marco. So let me say a little bit. I'm just going to talk here. And I want everybody to look at this column. So just a few years back, we had the audio deepfake detection capacity was much lower than the numbers you see on this slide. all right? And in fact, in the case of video that I'm not showing here, a few years back, there was a challenge run by Facebook to detect whether something is a deepfake video or not. Or I'm sorry, I think a deepfake image or not. And those results, we tested them independently on our own data, and those results were pretty abysmal, okay? What you see here, on the other hand, is that when we test these numbers are looking like pretty good scores here. When something predicts this F1 score is a combination of two factors and is considered a very tough measure of whether a predictive model is doing a good job or not. And you can see that these numbers are significantly higher. And in fact, we can show that, you know, while most existing machine learning models to predict things are only looking at the artifacts submitted, like the audio clip, like the video clip, like an image, our team said, well, you know, there's a lot of context that can be brought to bear. If I look at a video of a political leader, there's a lot of context surrounding the work he's doing. You know, so when he makes a statement or she makes a statement today, you know, what happened in the last week that may influence whether our decision on whether it's likely fake or not. Do we just look at the artifact, or do we use common sense as well? Do we use context? And what we show is that even if we take any one of those 20 dots or circles that you saw in that picture and add contextual variables to them, we get a significant increase of about, you know, almost up to 15% going up. So that's significant, and we can extract that context, automatically from public sources. In the case of public sources, as long as there's context available. So there may be inadequate context about Barry or me. And so if there's a video depicting me saying something, which I never said perhaps, or did say, that context may be inadequate. But certainly for public figures like major entertainers, like major political leaders, that context is available. So a little bit about the use of deepfakes. So clearly, a number of deepfakes have emerged engaged in all kinds of bad stuff. We've seen a lot of deepfakes submitted to us which engage in scams, okay? So these are deepfakes promoting, showing some public figure, highly respected, promoting some kind of investment scam, some kind of investment, for example. And the intent is to defraud people of money. There are examples of course, deepfakes in a political or election-related context. And those two look at the kinds of statements that those running for election are making. And you might think that that is simply what countries like Russia, China, and others, Iran and others might do. Apparently not, at least. Here, for example, is a headline from a few months back stating that the Pentagon wants to use AI to create deepfake internet users, okay? So think of that as fake profiles on some platform. Again, this is just an allegation. I don't know if it's true or false, but it was reported by a fairly respectable news outlet. So when we think about so in particular, my colleague Dan Byman from Georgetown University, Dan, raise your hand a little higher, okay? And I and Dan Linna, who's going to chair the next session, have worked on trying to understand what happens when governments contemplate the use of deep fakes for their purposes. One sort of response I've heard from many people is that it simply should not be used. And we take a more nuanced posture on this, and we say, well, we're not saying it should or should not be used, but perhaps there are some questions that need to be asked when such potential use is contemplated, and a decision should be made based on the implications of the answers to those questions in a rigorous, governed way that considers a variety of guardrails. So Dan and I published a paper last year, or was it, yeah, about a year back, on this. And we said, well, there are several kinds of questions we want to ask. And the first is efficacy. You know, if creating a deepfake by a government, for example, for counterterrorism purposes, is contemplated, will it work? Okay. You know, the answer to that is not always clear. People think they know the answer, but it's not always clear, and certainly something that should be subjected to a question. What about the audience? Is this a deep fake that's going to be something that's put out and seen by millions of people around the world, or is the audience a very limited one? Harms. Are there explicit harms that could be caused to normal people, citizens like you and me, if this deep fake were to be put out? Legal. Does it violate international humanitarian law? Target. You know, who is the person who is at some level misrepresented in the deep fake? Is it a world leader, and misrepresenting that person would cause some form of global outcry, or is it somebody less important? Goal, traceability, they obviously have the obvious meanings. What is the purpose behind this deep fake? And can it be traced back to whoever used it or created it? So we're not saying these are we know the answers to these questions. Different countries may have different answers to these questions under different circumstances. For example, under one set of extremely critical goals, they may have different answers, the same country, at a given point in time, than they might have at a different point in time when the circumstances are different. And this should be regulated in some way. It's not just a case of what are the questions to ask, but is there a process behind those questions? Who should be asking these questions? Who should make the decision? And so we propose something called the deepfake equities process, which is modeled on the US government's vulnerabilities equities process, which currently governs how the discovery of cyber vulnerabilities must be reported to the US government and used when a US government entity finds those vulnerabilities. And that's in the case of cyber. So thus far, I've talked about deepfakes and told you a little bit about what's going on in technology. You can see that the ability to generate these kinds of deepfakes is really pretty substantial. I'm going to talk a little bit about influence ops. And I'm going to call these things bot farms because I think of them, a bot farm. I'm going to abuse the term in two ways. I'm going to use it to refer to an organization that carries out malign influence campaigns by creating lots of bot accounts that spread certain opinions. And I'm also going to use it to refer to that set of accounts that they create from which they post misinformation. By looking at some of the slides I showed earlier, you will see, like the pizza example, that the ability to generate very compelling content in terms of the language used and in terms of the images used is already here. Those of you who've not used some of the major LLMs out there will find that they can do a pretty good job. And we try to optimize many things. And I want to say a little bit about how these bot farms are being run today. And I'm going to go back all the way. I've been tracking bots since at least 2011 or 12, when DARPA created a program called SMISC to identify malign social influence campaigns. And by the way, that said, they're not responsible for anything I say today. And so they ran a challenge in, I believe, early 2014 to look at this. And what we are seeing today, more than 10 years later, is that LLMs and deepfakes are being used to achieve social influence in many settings. And you also saw the proposal, or the reported proposal, or the alleged proposal to create deepfake accounts. So fake accounts. So I'm going to say a little bit about how bot farms are going to potentially change in the coming years, and how oops, sorry. All right, okay, the middle thing has disappeared because of some weirdness in the screen, in the system. But there are some significant questions about bot behavior. I have a lot of questions, so I'll just make up some questions here, okay? One is, when you look at bots and humans, when I say something is good versus something is awesome, okay? Both are positive statements about that thing, but one is much more positive than the other. Good versus awesome are two very different adjectives. And so when somebody says something positive, how strongly positive are those statements when it's made by a human versus a bot? And likewise, how strongly negative is a statement when made by a human versus a bot? Any takers? Which, or is it, I kind of showed the answer to some extent, but which is more positive? Is it humans who are more positive when they say something positive, or bots? Bots are much more. Okay. So our finding was actually the opposite. The bots we observed in the wild, and this is based on the 2014 Indian election, we monitored it for 10 months starting July of the previous year. And we found that bots tended to be much more circumspect in what they said. So if they wanted to be positive about something, they were mildly positive, not too strongly. And when they were negative, they were mildly negative. We don't know why, because I don't have the ability to grab the people behind those accounts and ask them. Our hypothesis for that was they wanted to evade detection. So by not being very prominent and not being too vocal, every one of those accounts was trying to skate under the radar. Whereas had they been very, very prominent, they would have been noticed. So in some sense, it was a case of a million ants trying to get something done, as opposed to a few elephants trying to push something along, and that was our hypothesis. Another question, who changes their opinions more over time, humans or bots? Humans. Yeah, and so it turned out that the bots were relatively consistent over time, whereas humans did change their opinions and flip-flop back and forth. And so, I'm sorry, so I'm going to say a little bit now about how bots have been detected, and likewise fake news articles or fake posts spreading misinformation or disinformation, how they've been detected over time. So let's look at actually fake accounts in this case, not fake posts, and pick an account on your favorite social platform. And the way it's primarily detected today is through two instruments. One is through a set of rules that have been hard-coded into the system by the people who implement that bot detector. But in addition, a major part of it is to look at a training set consisting of a number of known accounts, some of which are known to be bots for sure, and some of which are not, are known to be benign for sure. And from that training set, they try to learn a machine learning model called a classifier. And they do a lot of tests to figure out which classifier is the best. I won't go into the gory details, but this is all straight ABCs of machine learning. And they then learn this classifier, which is the best one, and it can decide whether a certain account is real or fake. The same thing with posts. The parameters, or what are called features in machine learning, considered when looking at a post are perhaps different than those when looking at an account. But the general way the algorithm works is the same thing. So if you were a malign actor, what is the obvious way to defeat this? And let's say you have no idea of what is being used. You don't have any clue about the details of what is being used to detect bots. All you know is some machine learning model is used. Sorry? Live in a bunker? Scale? So that's the exact answer I was looking for. I mean, everything else is correct as well. But if you think about a criminal, forget bots, forget all this for a minute. If you think about a criminal who's engaging in burglaries in some geographical area, let's say Chicagoland, you can learn a lot about the characteristics of the criminal by looking at where that criminal committed their acts, the types of acts that they carried out, etc. And that's what police would call the modus operandi of that criminal. The goal, as pointed out by the gentleman here, by the way, what's your name? I should give you credit.
Ankesh.
Ankesh, you're a student.
I'm a grad student.
Wow, okay, Ankesh, you get the prize. Okay, I don't have something to give you, but I would if I did. But Ankesh basically said, if you're a criminal, your goal is not to have an identifiable MO. You are a chameleon. You're changing. You can't change arbitrarily. And the reason is that the guys who are carrying out these influence operations have some goals, right? So they are constrained by the goals that they want to achieve because they have to head towards that goal. So what machine learning classifiers do, it's classifiers, is they try to learn a model to separate real from fake, whether it's reviews, whether it's posts, whether it's individuals, accounts, etc. So you want to prevent the adversary from the point of view of the bad guy, the guy running the campaign, the adversary is the good guy, okay, the detectors. You want to prevent them from learning a good model, which is exactly what Ankesh alluded to earlier. And basically what this means is you have to change your model all the time. That's one way to achieve it, okay? So nobody's saying that you're not going to use deepfakes, you're not going to use LLMs. What I'm saying is the ability to change your behavior, which makes it hard to get a grip on to build a fingerprint of your behavior, is what is going to distinguish major influence campaigns in coming years. Everything else, such as the ability to create deepfakes and create compelling content, I think is already a given. It's here, people can create great content. But as they do that, we will have better ways to detect that content. But the ability to detect a continuously changing attacker is a little more slippery. And so think about how a smart attacker is going to work. A and D here. So at some point in time, the attacker does his or her thing. The defender, which in this case is perhaps one of the big social platforms, does his or her thing as well. And this goes along. I don't mean they do it one after the other, even though that looks that way in the picture. They're doing it at the same, over a period of time. And at some point, the idea that the attacker, the defender, the big social platforms, are learning the attacker's MO is a really naive idea, okay? Because the attacker is smart enough to also say, oh, this account got blocked, this account got blocked, this account of mine got blocked, or this post got blocked. I'm going to learn what the defender is doing myself if I'm the bad guy. So what the attacker is going to do is, by observing what happens to their activities, they're going to dynamically change. I use the word dynamically, and automatically change their behavior as time proceeds, while still constrained by the goals that they have. So we built this out and ran a massive experiment in the lab, by the way. I just want to say in the lab, under all the appropriate permissions. And we said, well, let's think of this as a scenario where the attacker, whoever was running our influence campaigns, can structure the content and sentiments in a post, similar to the example of the pizza that I showed you earlier, can decide which accounts to follow, can decide which accounts to like, etc. Are there other things the attacker can do? Probably. So, there's a famous saying due to George Box, the distinguished statistician, that all models are wrong and some are useful. And I would say, like almost everybody, we acknowledge that our process also has some flaws. But there are other actions that the attacker can take. And the defender uses a black box model, that is one that the attacker may not know the details of, to figure out which accounts to block, which posts to block, etc. And what we show is that the attacker can do a lot of things using these models. And so, the bot farm operation optimizes two goals. One is to maximize influence, but at the same time, you don't want to your accounts to get detected. You know, one reason for this, which we noticed during the DARPA challenge, was that which was again about 10 years back, was that accounts that are new are automatically suspect, okay? So anything that shows up as a new account near the time of an election, you look at suspiciously. The accounts that are controlled by an adversary, by the attacker, for a long period of time are like, you know, what used to be called or perhaps still is called the Russian illegals program for real spies in the US and Western Europe and so forth, where they would embed Russians, and we've seen examples of this, Russians claiming to be Brazilians, etc. And they embed in a society over an extended period of time. Those are valuable investments in human capital for the Russian intelligence services. In the same way, the accounts that are controlled over an extended period of time that have been interacting with other accounts in a normal-looking manner are valuable assets. They don't want to lose that because creating an account takes almost no time and no money, okay? But creating a credible account that has a long history of good behavior takes time. That's a valuable asset. Those accounts are typically accounts that have been produced by such agencies or have been, I would say, I'm going to use the word captured, legitimate accounts or accounts that were once legitimate that were taken over through some cyber means. So they don't want to lose valuable accounts. And perhaps this is one reason why these accounts, as I mentioned earlier, don't make a lot of noise, all right? I'm going to move forward. I showed this picture again. So what does a smart defender do in this case? Well, again, I'm not asking for technical, David.
I was thinking of two things. One, I assume you're going to detect my fakes, and I intentionally post fakes to the opposing side to create disgust and dismay in the entire process. So I'm just going to use the fact that you will detect them. Or if you happen to remove it so it's not seen, then I claim that you and the platform are doing censorship, and they call in question freedom of speech.
Thank you, David. So great comments from David for the audience on Zoom. David said, and please correct me if I don't paraphrase your comments correctly. David said, you know, at some level, I'm going to inject noise into whatever it is, whatever data you're monitoring, option one. Or two, go outside social media and create, I'm going to call it political noise or clamor about the process.
And number three was simply dismay for the opposition. So use the fact that you detected something, but it was actually make it look like the opposition was doing deepfakes. I'll post myself.
Okay, and option three, make it look like the other party was creating deepfakes, not you. Okay, so if I'm trying to do this automatically and stick to what happens on platform as opposed to outside for a minute, the good guy, the defender, can do exactly the same thing the bad guy does, which is the bad guy is, if I'm the good guy and somebody else is the bad guy is trying to prevent a model of his behavior from being learned by the good guy. Well, guess what? And he's trying to do that by learning a model of what the good guy is doing. Namely, what is that classifier that the good guy is doing? How is it behaving, regardless of what the internal code looks like? And so as the good guy, I can do the same thing. I can be as slippery as the bad guy, but I'm also constrained by one goal, which is my goal of discovering and putting down and tamping down on these malicious posts, these malicious accounts. So that's what we've done. And what we're seeing, you know, what used to be a human in the loop cat and mouse game, and there are a lot of organizations that have spent a lot of time writing really valuable and interesting papers on all the deepfakes, all the bot accounts that they found, which they attributed to the Internet Research Agency and other entities. Well, what's going to happen in the coming years, I expect, is that this game is going to be automated. Are humans going to be in the loop? Sure. They'll look at this periodically at various points in here, but the timeframes in which these dynamic changes are going to occur is going to shrink dramatically. And therefore, these operations are going to end up looking somewhat rapidly accelerated in terms of change than we see today. So, well, you already know the answer to this question because I've given it away. So do bots become top-tier influencers? In general, bots try to stay below the radar to evade detectors. So they tend not to stand out as much as possible. Again, they try to be ants that are pushing the needle a little bit at a time, but there are thousands of ants doing this, and so they gain power by numbers. But does greater interaction with bots correlate? So if you're an account, normal human being, you're interacting with other accounts, like liking their posts, following them, etc. Does greater interaction with bots correlate with a higher probability that you will change your stance as a legitimate user? I mean, you may know the account is a bot or not, okay? You may guess or you may not. Okay, yes, okay, so the answer is yes. It turns out that even if you suspect an account is a bot, you're still more likely to change your stance than if you interacted less with another human account, interestingly enough. And do bots dynamically change the, oops, I'm not able, okay, there we go, okay? And there's a missing question here. So this is sort of a new form of censorship. Censorship by projection. No, don't worry about it, it's fine. I'm running out of time anyway. Here's another piece of work that, by the way, all the work I'm talking about was done by a team of incredibly talented postdocs and grad students, who I should give full credit to. This is an example of some work we've got going on that look at compromising users, all right? And compromise of users can be done for all kinds of reasons. It can be done for fraud, but it can also be done to take over accounts. Okay? And we're now able to generate entire conversations, okay? So this is just 7, 8 rows, but we can generate conversations that go over 10 pages, okay? Which say, you know, here's how a malicious actor would engage with you over a period of time for some purpose. And by having the ability to automatically generate these kinds of conversations, you might say, you know, why on earth is somebody interested in security doing this? Well, we want to do it so that we can train on it before it happens. We want to do it so that we can train people to recognize things before it happens to them. So anyway, the big thing I want to emphasize is something that was not reported. I mean, I didn't ask this question explicitly in the survey. So coming back to the survey, there was only one response that I think came close to this idea in the comments field in the survey out of 69 that I reported, that came close to this idea that dynamic adaptation of AI agents is a real threat, okay? And that is where, you know, I'm not a hockey player, but, you know, I think it was Wayne Gretzky who famously said that you should not skate to where the puck is. You should skate to where it's going to be, all right? And we need to think about where the threat is going to be now before it's there. So right now, dynamically adapting, the cons are clear. We can show that it's possible to dynamically generate new variations of malware that people have seen. We can show, as I showed on the previous slide, that you can generate dynamically new conversations that scammers might use to extract your account credentials to your bank, to your Twitter account, or what have you. But there are also pros. As an example, if you train on things that might happen, you train your detectors on things that might happen, you can improve performance. Okay, Barry's telling me I gotta stop. So you can improve performance. And really, you know, I took a look at the I'm not a lawyer, let me emphasize very quickly. But as a normal AI guy and security guy looking at, for example, the White House executive order on AI, both that act and the EU Act on AI have some carve-outs for security, defense purposes, intelligence, law enforcement. And you know, what I hope you've seen is that tech by itself is neither good nor bad. It is how that tech is used. If it's used to scam people, it's bad. If it's used to train better detectors that detect scams, it's good. And that distinction is a very tough one that I worry a great deal about, because regulators have to think about intent when they look at a technology. So I'll just leave you with that, well, that's it. Thank you.
So we'll take some questions for VS. Lady here, we need a microphone.
Thank you so much. This was fascinating. Ryan. Time to generate more intelligent questions. So my question, I think, is pretty basic, but I'm wondering if it becomes less basic over time. How are you able to train the models at scale in real time without already knowing whether things are fake or accurate? And is that going to change as it becomes more difficult to kind of just give it the eyeball test?
Great question. So I think, you know, an LLM would not perhaps have improved the question a whole lot. So the question really is, if I can interpret your question a little more, is, you know, how do you get label data in real time? Okay, so I think it depends on the definition of real time. And in the world, it depends. So what I mean by real time could be microseconds if I'm looking at pushing an ad out, versus maybe 4 hours if I'm looking at detecting something malicious that's happening in terms of a fake post or a fake account. And so, because typically the cycle to identify these things is sometimes even longer than that today. So we have a number of techniques that look at, that are called few-shot learning techniques that try to identify, that try to learn classifiers today from small amounts of label data over and above what you already have. So I would say that those are the kinds of techniques that we want to use. Yeah. Certainly also in the case of bots and posts, as soon as my account is blocked, if I'm a malicious actor, I know about it. That's training data for me right there. This goes back to David disappeared, but David Bray, you know, there's a value to not blocking accounts as soon as you discover them, so that you, it's a trade-off like everything, right? You let the malicious account continue with its bad activities for a little longer in order to observe what the malicious actor is trying to do with it, and in order to evade him building a model of the defender's actions. I don't know if that answers the question, but those are some of the methods. Yeah.
Maybe one or two more questions.
Yeah.
Maybe one more short question. Maybe we take two short questions at the same time.
Let's do here.
So the old adage in cybersecurity is that bad guys only have to be right once, and the good guys have to be right all the time. And as you said, the cat and mouse game is fully automated. So the notion of real-time detection puts a lot of onus and pressure on defenders, whether it's government or an enterprise. How, like, if you were to look at a crystal ball in an automated cyber defense world that is augmented by AI, both sides, how does, you know, trying to be right most of the time evolve?
You know, great question. And fortunately, I was asked something similar by the reviewer of one of our papers. You know, we don't know what the outcome of the paper is yet, but I think I have a decent answer. So look, like many things, resources play a role. Resources that you can bring to the table as a defender versus, the attacker. And the kinds of techniques that play out this attacker-defender strategy are, in our case at least, was implemented by something called reinforcement learning. And reinforcement learning works well if you can tame the enormous space of possible actions that you can take. I mean, if you think about it, every possible post I could make, I mean, there may be millions of posts I can make. And then there may be 1,000 accounts I control. So now those millions of posts, combined by the number of accounts I could post those posts from, gives me an enormous space of possible actions I can take. And that's just the posts, right? So that thing is called the action space, and it can be enormous. And then, of course, as the actor taking these actions, you've got to figure out what the effects might be on the ecosystem you're trying to influence. So the combination of those two factors, how to figure out the effects of an action you might take and what the space of actions you can take are, is enormous. Both sides, the attacker and the defender, deal with this problem. And whoever has more computational resources, this goes back, I loved Yaron's coined phrase this morning, which was GPU politics. Whoever controls more resources, GPUs being a big part of them, is probably going to have an edge. I can't say it for sure because I cannot run an experiment with the amount of resources I would like to get my hands on. So maybe one of the big platforms can do it.
So the very last question to Larry, and then we'll break for lunch.
So this is a fairly topical question. I mean, you didn't talk about the particular social media platform upon which these would be running, but TikTok is on everyone's mind as the ban either comes into effect or doesn't come into effect. I guess there's a little Schrödingerian uncertainty about that still, but your thoughts on that platform specifically, or even in general on the ways in which platforms that are arguably controlled by adversarial powers might actually impact this whole situation?
Well, I think the risks posed by TikTok are symptomatic of the risks posed not so much by platforms, but by apps. Okay, so when you have an app, I mean, so forget about TikTok for a minute. Think about your phone. How many people, well, maybe I'll not ask the question, okay, but I suspect a lot of people use their phone to manage their contacts, or at least access their contacts. A lot of people use their phones to capture pictures of their friends. A lot of people are on phone calls with their phones. A lot of people, I mean, otherwise, why have a phone? A lot of people do their social media. Perhaps some of you do your healthcare, banking, et cetera. You've got tons of apps on your phone. So when you have an app, and please note I'm making a general statement about apps, not necessarily TikTok. So when you have any kind of app running on your phone, that app has access to a bunch of data on your phone. All the platforms, the big, not social platforms, but iOS and Android operating systems, try to separate out the workspace of one app from the workspace of another. Yet, apps will ask you explicitly for permission. How many of you have ever said no to the permissions requested by an app that you really wanted? Okay, a few people. All right. So the fact of the matter is that most people, I suspect, I didn't do a study of this, just say click yes. They really want the app, they click yes. So now that app has a ton of information about, it has access to your microphone oftentimes, it has access to your camera, it has access to your location, and a lot of other stuff. So if there's an app that is controlled by a foreign adversary who you don't trust, then there is the potential for all that information to end up in the databases of that adversary. And when that adversary has incredibly strong machine learning capabilities, they can learn a lot about not just you, but your friends, the people you're talking to on the phone, the people you're exchanging SMSs with on the phone, and more. And so it places risk, not just on you, but across society. And when you think about the term 6 degrees of separation that we've all heard of, and think about, let's say, I'm just going to take a small number, 10 million users, okay? I suspect that virtually the entire US population is connected, probably not by 6 degrees of separation, but just a couple of degrees of separation from at least one of those 10 million users, okay? And that means that that places a lot of people at risk. That's the national security risk. Thank you.
Thank you. Great panel lined up for you. And the moderator is Dan Linna. And so Dan is both at the McCormick School of Engineering and he's also at the Pritzker School of Law. And he's director of the Director of Law and Technology Initiatives, looking at things like innovation and technology and AI and all these things. So Dan's going to be a moderator, and I'm going to hand over to him, and he's going to introduce everybody else. Thanks.
Great. Thank you, Barry. Okay, so our panel, we have David Bray, who is the former Chief Information Security Officer for the Federal Communications Commission. He's been named one of 24 Americans changing the world by Business Insider. He began his remarkable career at age 15, working for the U.S. government on physics and early internet projects. He led critical technology responses to 9/11, anthrax attacks, and global health crises at CDC. He's earned multiple prestigious awards, including the National Intelligence Exceptional Achievement Medal. He's a visionary leader who has advised U.S. Space Force, NATO, and Fortune 500s while serving as executive director for 2 groundbreaking bipartisan commissions on emerging technologies delivered to the president and Congress. He's a nonpartisan senior national intelligence service executive and later CIO for the Federal Communications Commission in the U.S., who survived and countered a real-world disinformation attack while working with U.S. Special Operations to protect free societies. And he's currently distinguished chair of the Accelerator at the Stimson Center and CEO of Lead, Do, Adapt Ventures, leading cutting-edge initiatives in AI, space tech, and bioscience. We also have Johan Harvard, who is the Global AI Advisory Lead at the Tony Blair Institute in the UK. He leads the AI advisory work at the Tony Blair Institute, where he advises heads of states and governments in 40-plus countries on how to transform societies through AI. Before joining the Tony Blair Institute, he spent 5 years directing AI solution development and strategy for major corporations in Europe. And before that, he held government roles developing AI policies and regulations in Sweden and the EU. And then we have Sandeep Mehta, who is the former chief technology officer at the Harvard, and he was in that role until recently. Prior to that role, he held senior executive positions at Wells Fargo, UBS, and Goldman Sachs, where he managed technology engineering and operations globally. With a background in software development, he has worked on various technologies, including artificial intelligence, robotics, imaging, and speech recognition at companies like Verizon and Philips and the University of Rochester. Sandeep's contributions in AI include patents for autonomous vehicle navigation and helping launch voice dialing, the first consumer AI product in the telecommunication industry. He's also a member of the Ethical AI Governance Group and on the advisory board of Samba Nova Systems. So we have an outstanding panel for this discussion about the impacts of AI and the economy, the economic impact of AI. And so what we agreed we're going to do, what VS set up for us, is just to give each of our panelists an opportunity to give 5 minutes of opening remarks. We'll just go in alphabetical order. So David, would you like to kick us off, please?
All right. Well, thank you for that very humbling introduction. I usually prefer to set the bar low so I can exceed expectations, but I'll try to rise to the occasion. I want to give you 3 points, which is one, that historians probably 20 or 30 years from now will look back and say what the US and other Western societies succeeded in doing from the 1970s to the present was they made technology capabilities, including AI, but I'd also say the internet and smartphones. They made these capabilities that were essentially the capabilities of the CIA and the FBI in the 1970s. They made them available to everybody. If you have a smartphone, you have a multi-int device that can call anybody at a moment's notice. It can geolocate. You download the right apps. You can actually do relevant space imagery that's as of 15 minutes ago at 0.25 meter resolution. I guarantee you that Presidents Carter, Presidents Reagan, Presidents Bush 41 and 43, as well as President Clinton, would have loved to have had your smartphone as part of their command and control center in the White House. So that trend has happened. What we haven't done is upgrade our societies to deal with the fact that we have given everybody essentially the capabilities of the CIA and the FBI, and that the next 1 billion people on the planet that are going to get this capability are going to get it for less than $100. The second trend that we're facing, with generative AI, and I want to specify generative AI because there's so many different flavors of AI, but generative AI based on deep learning is currently not making a profit. Despite the massive revenue we are seeing, these companies are actually losing money at the end of the day. The only companies that are coming close to making money on AI are those companies that are cloud companies that are making money on the cloud, not on the AI. And so when we hear the conversation talking about the EU AI Act, we see what's possibly can be considered by the US and everything like that. That has massive ramifications because these very companies that have their capability aren't currently profitable. And if you think about that geopolitically, that means countries that do not separate their private sector from their public sector, that are more autocratic, can be able to propel generative AI efforts further because there won't be a reconciliation in terms of have the books been balanced. That is something to consider as we move forward. Now, at the same time, I'm going to put forward and say generative AI has pulled the oxygen out of the room of other AI efforts that might be better approaches that are privacy preserving, more energy and less energy intensive, more energy efficient, and also require less data. You can look to active inference and other things like that. There are better approaches that if that's the future we want, the best way to predict the future is to build it. But the trouble is there's right now a whole lot of sunk cost that has gone into doubling down on generative AI as we know it that are preventing conversations, and policymakers aren't hearing that there are better ways to do AI. Finally, the thing I'm going to say is we're in a period in which global norms have been eroded. The further we get away from World War II, things are up for grabs, even in the United States, but not just the United States. As we look around the world as a whole, there are parties that used to say, yes, we disagree possibly on these following political issues, but we all agree we don't want to have another World War III. That is increasingly being forgotten because we are losing the reminder of what happened. Even in 2017, before COVID and everything that happened, in the United States, per Pew, less than 45% of young adults under the age of 25 thought that capitalism was a good way of organizing, and less than 20% thought it was wrong to throw a coup if the government was perceived as incompetent. That was 2017. It's not just in the United States. We're seeing the same trends in Australia, UK, and other Sweden, other free societies. Those same sort of trust metrics present themselves. So against that backdrop, when we talk about trustworthiness in AI, and I define trustworthiness as the willingness to be vulnerable to the actions of an actor you cannot directly control, it's been shown that we humans are willing to trust or be vulnerable to that actor, be it an organization, be it a company, a government, or a military, or even a machine if we perceive benevolence, perceive competence, and perceive integrity. Now that's perception-based. You might actually be those things or not. But I raise that because as we think about how we embrace the future, think about organizations in general. How do we perceive competence? How do we perceive integrity? How do we perceive benevolence on their behalf? And I think AI is in real case a stalking horse for deeper issues about societies, particularly free societies. And I'm going to leave with three small, very examples from 2001, 2009, and 2017. In 2001, I was actually pulled into the response for 9/11. I was with what was called the Bioterrorism Preparedness Response Program. And it was actually scheduled weeks in advance for me to give a briefing to the CIA and FBI as to what we would do technology-wise should a bioterrorism event happen. That briefing just happened to be scheduled for September 11th, 9 o'clock in the morning. Obviously, the briefing is postponed. We deal with the response to 9/11. Send on a alert from October 1st. October 3rd, I briefed the CIA. October 4th, the first case of anthrax showed up in Florida, followed by October 6th, the Capitol Hill anthrax threat letters. At the time, there were plenty of conspiracy theories that were going around that somehow the US had done 9/11 to itself, anthrax was self-inflicted, all these things. But we didn't have social media, we didn't have smartphones, and we didn't have generative AI. Those conspiracy theories did not take root. Fast forward to 2009, I'm on the ground in Afghanistan. I'm trying to help with both humanitarian and military aid efforts. In Western Farah in Afghanistan, sadly, the Taliban opted to take a picture of a US fighter jet flying overhead. It was just doing a routine patrol. They took that photo, and then they proceeded to take a photo of a propane tank that they themselves had detonated. And they immediately went to social media and said, US airstrike has killed innocent Afghans. Here are the pictures. Now, this is an example of when I like to remind people when you go to court, they tell you to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Those are three fundamentally different things, and you can do two out of the three and still be misleading. In this case, that's what they were doing. Now, the US's response was, Department of Defense said, we're investigating. To the rest of the world, that looked guilty as all get out. And it took about 4.5 weeks before we figured out what had happened. But by that time, the news bubble had moved on, and Western papers had decried what had occurred, and our own ambassador had apologized for an event that we did not do. Now let's go to 2017. I'm in a nonpartisan role at the Federal Communications Commission. Prior to my arrival, there had been 9 COs in 8 years, which is always a great sign for CIO 10 that things are just going great. Good news that I've been 4 years in, but we had a high-profile proceeding. Now, those of you in the United States may be familiar with what's called public commenting. Public commenting is where there's a period, usually 120 days, where people are asking for novel legal issues that need to be considered by the agency before it makes its decision. It's not an opinion poll, it's not a vote or anything like that, even though politicals will tell you this is a chance for your voice to be heard. It's really about novel legal issues. And in the United States, less than 1% of our government agencies see more than 10,000 comments over a period of 120 days. We were seeing public comments of 7,000, 8,000, 9,000 a minute at 4 a.m., 5 a.m., 6 a.m. US Eastern Time. Now, as the CIO, I don't think I need too much to say they're probably not all human. I had asked our general counsel if I could use CAPTCHA to block bots. They said no, because CAPTCHA, if someone can't see and can't hear, they might not be able to file a comment. That's a violation of the Administrative Procedure Act of 1946. No CAPTCHA for you. I said, could I use invisible means of testing whether someone's a bot or not? And they said, nope, that looks like government surveillance. You can't do that. I said, could I block obvious spam defined as 100 comments a minute? They said, nope, because one of those 100 comments a minute coming to that IP address might be legit. So the good news is we had moved everything to public cloud and we spun up 3,000 times our cloud capacity. But when I came out, the chairman's office said, is this a denial of service? And I said, not at the network layer. Everything's fine at the network layer. But effectively at the application layer, because we can't block bots, yes. Now, we were up 99.4% of the time. But the moment I said that, all of a sudden, some parts of Congress said, where's your evidence? And I said, patterns of life. They said, well, that's not forensics. I said, I don't think I need forensics. They said, why didn't you report it to law enforcement? I'm like, they haven't broken any laws. They're just flooding the system. But I kept my head about me, and about 4 years later, in 2021, the New York Attorney General concluded of the 23 million comments we got, and again, less than 1% of government agencies get more than 10,000, at least 18 million of them were politically manufactured, 9 million from one side of the aisle, 9 million from the other side of the aisle. And that was the state of the art in 2017. So I raise that as we go forward because I think we have some deeper fundamental questions of how will free societies navigate this, not just economics. And it's getting harder and harder for the truth to get its sneakers on before other misleading things have gotten halfway around the world.
Thanks, David. Johan?
Hi, guys. Pleasure to be here. Honored to be invited. So yes, Johan Harvard at the Tony Blair Institute. We're a nonpartisan organization advising and supporting governments in more than 40 countries. We usually have teams embedded in cabinet offices, supporting prime ministers and presidents in the countries where we operate. We provide unbiased support to them to achieve signature policies to improve healthcare, improve agriculture, improve investments, improve infrastructure in these countries to improve the lives of society, of citizens. So a really cool setup that we have. And my role is to help these leaders navigate the opportunities of AI. And AI, man, I mean, it's been talked about everywhere, right? So my background before coming to Tony Blair Institute was that I was doing AI consulting for one of the largest AI development consulting companies in the European Union. We built out AI solutions for large corporates, Fortune 500, Fortune 1000 companies all across Europe. And I can tell you that the value is there. The technology is there. AI can produce a lot of value and really create efficiencies, improve productivity. So basically saving a ton of money and also enhancing products and services that these companies can produce and then deliver value to customers, create value. However, what's not being talked about as much is the effort you need to put into development to actually make this stuff work. it is not an out-of-the-box solution. You can't just spin up a chatbot and have it expect to really work and really solve these problems. These companies that I was working with that succeeded, that really could create this value, that success rested on a decade of investments in IT infrastructure, in data standardization, data harmonization, IT literacy across organizations, and so on. Many others try as well, but realize that to actually scale this AI application beyond the pilot, we need to go back to the basics and fix these basics. We need to get our data in order, because you need to have pretty good data for this AI to work. And I would say that goes not just for traditional machine learning, the classical part of AI, but also for generative AI. So generative AI solutions, I would say that today, to really make it work, you need to have some sort of knowledge base towards which you connect your chat solution, in a sense. Then it can work. If you have it unbounded, it's going to be very difficult to really trust this solution to put it into production. So what I'm saying is that AI is there, the technology is there, but we're underestimating the effort required to really take it to market to create huge value from it. And unfortunately, society isn't just made up of companies like Mehta doing online ads or something. Society is 95% actual businesses doing more hands-on tangible things. That's going to require a lot more effort to automate the activities that they're carrying out. But I mean, optimizing, for instance, how you are organizing all those items in a warehouse. You can do that brilliantly with AI. You can optimize hospital routines as well, planning hospitals, when to do things, how to schedule teams, nurses, doctors, and so on. You can save a lot of money, improve healthcare outcomes. So the opportunities are there. But the hyped up discussion around how AI can revolutionize the world is also clouding our judgments in how we approach these opportunities and creating exaggerated expectations on technology to solve everything magically like that tomorrow. So a lot of my job is to go out there and tell these decision makers that, yes, the opportunities are there, but it's going to take blood, sweat, and tears to actually make this come alive, and not least money as well, and effort. That's not always the news they want to hear, but it's the news they need to hear to be able to then actually improve healthcare in a country that desperately needs it. Because I think we're getting lost in all these discussions around AI and all the risks that we see with it. Sure, there's risks, but there's also like the counterfactual. I mean, if we're not using AI, we're going to be wasting resources. People are going to die even though they don't have to do that. I mean, we can improve healthcare systems in Africa, in Asia, and in poor countries tremendously. Yes, we cannot just deploy the AI solution tomorrow. That's going to be impossible, even though some vendors might lead you to think that. We have the perfect thing. We can just drop in this chatbot to all your nurses in your healthcare system, and it's going to magically improve their performance. No. The potential is there, but it takes a ton of effort. So that's, I would say that's one of the biggest problems that we're facing now. And I'm not sure really how to overcome that on a societal level, but we really need to realign the discussion to make sure that we can have more realistic expectations and to make this value come alive. But also, the good news is that AI changes the ROI on this investment calculus. If previously, before you had strong AI, so maybe before 2017, 2018, when you had a deep learning revolution, the previous hype cycle with AI. So when a company organization was considering, should we invest a ton of our efforts into cleaning up our data, the potential price of doing that was pretty limited. So few did it. Companies like Amazon did it. They had huge scale, so for them it was worthwhile, even though the AI capabilities back then were pretty rudimentary, but they did it. And then obviously later on, they could reap the benefits of that. But now the calculus is improving. So the ROI calculus is improving for a ton of players. So now it makes sense for many more stakeholders to improve their infrastructure, to improve their data landscape, to improve the IT literacy of their staff, because the potential is there. So that is, I would say, one of the good news. We are definitely seeing the multi-speed world where development is going differently with different speeds, and obviously that's determined by industrial sectors. So if you're working in software, sure, it's easier to leverage AI. If you're working in manufacturing, it's harder. It's not going to revolutionize your business tomorrow. And the industrial composition of countries also reflect that. The US is really heavy in IT, so there's more opportunities in the US than perhaps in Europe, for instance, that is still lagging behind the US in those sectors. And as well, I would say cultural aspects as well. So definitely Europe is less of a risk-taking nation or region, which we see not just with the regulation, but also in the decisions being made inside organizations. So even putting all the regulation aside, the mindset of the European is usually to take smaller risks than the American counterparts would be doing as well. So the progress is definitely slower. And all that also goes for other regions across the world. Although I would say in the global south, there's also that there's less to lose in experimenting there. So I would say there's some interesting experimental trends going on in the global south that is quite interesting to see, where they see that, okay, yes, the risks might be there, but for us, the opportunities are really so much larger than these risks. So we're willing to go into looking to see how we can leverage this technology to make these opportunities come alive. I'll stop there. Thanks.
Thank you, Johan. Sandeep?
Thanks, Ben. So I'll start with forgot that. I'll start with the story. I was walking through the Museum of Islamic Science in Istanbul about 3 weeks ago, and I was reminded, looking at the replicas and the displays there, that the desire to automate and mimic human behavior goes back 3,000 years. So fast forward to the past generation and the current generation of AI, we are still trying to either have computers behave like humans or better than humans, and that choice of augmenting human labor or automating human labor entirely is very much behind a lot of the use cases that are in my industry, finance, driving AI investments. So pivoting to the banking ecosystem, last 2 or 3 years, the banking ecosystem has leaned in heavily into AI or current AI. But if you look at a survey of all the global banks, I would say 2/3 of the list, at least the top 10, in terms of investment and positioning and claiming benefits of AI are US or North American dominated. And outside of that, the handful of, HSBC or Commonwealth Bank of Australia or Singapore are the ones claiming the most benefit they're seeing from this early investment. So it's important to see how the banks are investing. I'll give an example from JP Morgan. They recently shared that they're attributing about $2 billion a year of revenue to AI. Now, first of all, JP Morgan spends about $12 billion on technology every year. But more importantly is what the press is not focusing on. Their executives claimed that although they are attributing $2 billion of revenue to AI, most of that work is work that's been underway for almost a decade in traditional machine learning, analytics, data science, et cetera. So it's not new technology. It's basically investing or doubling down in work that was already underway. But now that you've got this neat category of AI investments, it's easier to, categorize it, label it, market it, et cetera. But the issue remains that most of the thesis behind AI in finance is predicated on productivity gains. And I'll talk about where the productivity gains are expected. So the most bullish cases are saying, 30% productivity gains. But the reality is, whether you look at a classic technology use case with automated code generation or other more broad use cases in, human resources, legal, marketing, et cetera, the actual reality is, if you measure it, it's only about 5 or 6%. Not insignificant, but far less than what was promised. And that's before we talk about what is the risk premium you have to pay to ensure that a highly regulated industry like finance is able to prove, or at least because there are SEC regulations, for example, CEOs and CFOs have to sign off on security and safety. So basically, your CEO will want you to confirm as a technology executive that what AI has been deployed is safe and secure. So that risk premium erodes a lot into the ROI, a return on investment of AI in the original hypothesis. That being said, first of all, budgets are overall flat. We were chatting at lunch. Most of the AI spend that the finance industry is claiming, increased spend on AI, is coming at the expense of other technology initiatives. So overall spending is flat or flattish, and it's not going to change in the next year or two. And that's for this sector. I mean, I'm not talking about tech or semiconductor or the hyperscalers, et cetera. The other part that's interesting is that off that, so let's talk about the overall spend. Of that pie, half of the investment in AI is on technology, engineering, product, and customer service. The rest of the business, HR, legal, finance, marketing, et cetera, are sharing the other half of the pie, all single-digit numbers. So the pressure is, in a way, higher on the areas that are sucking up more of the money for investment. But those areas don't have a quote-unquote killer app. The two most successful cases that at least publicly shared. First of all, banks don't voluntarily share a lot of information publicly in the US for sure. So whatever information is out anecdotally shows that the greatest success is in customer service. So call center operations, that's the low-hanging fruit. Automating call center operations and having a chatbot assist a call center agent with either document lookup, document search, comparison, being able to answer a customer with a human in the loop is a very successful use case, because average bank will have thousands of people, in fact more around the globe, for call centers. The other area that has some uptake and has proven to be successful is largely around document analysis, whether it's analyzing documents or producing content, whether for customer service or for other things like, for example, in a healthcare company, what are your benefits? How do you analyze them? Or if you're a legal department or a law firm, how do you compare the language in two contracts, for example? That's the most viable of the use cases. But if you look at how people expect AI to pay off, these are not going to be the big dollar returns. They'll help optimize operations, make human productivity more efficient, make people more effective, make coders using GitHub Copilot autocomplete, write perhaps code faster, but is it going to prove out the amount of investment that the industry has made in generative AI? Some of the prices that are being talked about for retail consumers, let alone enterprise consumers on a per license basis, are very, very high. And people are not going to be willing to pay it. I mean, I know from my own experience, my boss was not willing to give me unlimited budget to give everyone Copilot in the company. Only a few hundred people could get it, because no one knew for sure what value they were getting out of it. Drafting an email is not got a dollar amount attached to it for a company to sign a budget to purchase AI at scale. So I think that is the bit like Johan. It's a sobering moment. Most of the people who are going to make money, as they say, the cliche about picks and shovels in a gold rush, they're the makers of the picks and shovels. Your GPU, as we talked about this morning, it's a GPU race, whether it's amongst the US providers or internationally. In fact, the part that people don't talk about is there is a bunch of startups that are developing GPUs or are developing AI chips that are going to be far more energy efficient, 1/10 the power of NVIDIA, that are going to get deployed. So that game will also evolve. It will no longer just be, how much can we underwrite NVIDIA's growth, and obviously Google, Amazon, et cetera, buying, effectively cornering the market on NVIDIA GPUs. But I think that leaving that part of the industry aside, there's going to be a very sobering look at when the technology is deployed. There are no killer apps. in fact, there is no moat for the killer apps out there, what is the value that a company gets out in terms of the productivity gain that it is expecting for that investment? And I think that question is unanswered. A final note on what is probably the most popular buzzword in AI right now, AI agents or agentic AI or agentic AI enterprise. I've been in the software business long enough to know that there have been at least 3 or 4 previous generations of software that have promised companies dramatic results. Before the web, there was enterprise software and middleware. Then there was a web services, then cloud and microservices, then robotic automation, and with AI agents. None of those previous revolutions in software delivered, to my experience. I mean, they've all incrementally improved software usage in the companies. Software has gradually eaten up the world, but it hasn't swallowed the world completely. So in that evolution of software and software abstractions, things have gotten a lot better, but there's no single killer app or killer technology out there. I don't know if AI agents or agentic AI will be that killer technology. I think it's not clear, but I think, to paraphrase Satya Nadella, who said, AI agents will replace everything between the graphical user interface and the backend database. All that crud in the middle will be replaced by a bunch of AI agents because companies will deploy millions of AI agents that will replace all this software. I think it's a stretch because there's a lot of hidden complexity in enterprises. And unless we unpack that and figure out how to remap that into an AI framework, I think the story of agentic AI has not yet been written. So I'll pause there.
All right. Well, thank you, Sandeep. I was with you the whole time until you started talking about AI doing legal work. Okay, stay away from the lawyers, right? We don't want to automate that work away. In all seriousness, though, I think so. This is really a great setting, this kind of like sober assessment of where we are with AI. At the same time, I was on Twitter this morning, and people are talking about, OpenAI. I think they already have artificial superintelligence, and got a lot of likes and retweets on Twitter, right? So I don't know. One of the things we want to talk about first here is just trying to. What are the current capabilities of AI? And you all touched on this a little bit, but let's just kind of start off there, grounding this, the capabilities. What do we really think the impact of AI is going to be on economies and the future of work? And then when are we likely to see something like artificial general intelligence? And maybe a way to frame this is just think like, well, what should we be expecting in 2 years? What should we be expecting in 10 years? And how should we be preparing for that, the economic impacts of that? But let's just go in the same order we did before. David, you want to start there?
So you mentioned I was crazy enough to start working for government when I was 15. It was with the wave of AI that was called expert systems. And so there have been multiple ways of AI. This whole AGI conversation, it's worth knowing that there are some large major tech companies that have defined AGI, any AI implementation that brings in more than $100 million in profit. So when they're talking about AGI, just know they're defining it as a profit threshold, not a capability threshold. And I just raised that because that's an interesting nuance on it. So this current wave of generative AI is based on deep learning networks that actually dates back to the late 80s, early 90s. We had the algorithms in the late 80s, early 90s. We just didn't have two things. One, we didn't have the compute power, and that's possible now. But even if we had had the compute power in the early 90s, we still would not have been able to do what we're doing in generative AI because what do we not have? The data. Now, who's produced the data? All of us by using the internet over the last 30 years. I would submit right now we are having a Napster-like moment when it comes to generative AI. If anybody remembers Napster back in the 90s, it was kind of questionable about, did we respect IP? Did we respect anything going back to the recording artists? I raise that because I'm waiting for the iTunes equivalent to come out as opposed to the Napster model. Because you said there's no moat to generative AI. I would actually say the moat to generative AI in one is missing. It's hard, it's complicated, and the data is hard to get. Never mind how we got it. But it's also the GPUs. There will actually be some things coming out in Davos in a week that show, and you can actually already see some early videos where using active inference as opposed to deep learning, they saw a thing in 1/100th the time that O1 took to do the same thing. And for those who are not familiar with active inference, it's basically the idea that whereas generative AI is, I'm going to show you the letter A 1,000,000 times, and then eventually you're going to identify the letter A. Active inference is more the idea that, okay, all of us have little kids. With a 3-year-old, you can give them an object. I guarantee you at some point in time, they're going to drop that object. You give them another object, they're going to drop it. But by attempt number 5 or 6, they have written a mental rule that says, when I let go of an object, it tends to fall. They haven't figured out gravity or anything like that, but they know that in about 5 or 6 attempts where deep learning would not be able to do it. Now you give them a helium balloon. They let it go. What happens? All of a sudden it goes up. Deep learning would be completely confused, is what we would call a hallucination at that point, because that was not in the past training data. They have no way to make sense of it. Whereas a 3 or 4-year-old would say, okay, there's now a new class of objects. I don't know why, but it's risen up. And it's done that, and actually the biologists say that our brains are using between 15 and 20 watts of power, not 1,500 or 2,000. Before 2022, the world in the next 30 years was on track for a 50% on average global increase in energy consumption over 30 years. We are now looking for anywhere between 1,500 to 5,000. And that's a competitive moat too, because how many companies have access to a nuclear power plant? Again, I raise this because if we really want to talk about where we're going to get to generative AI, we need to talk about there have been waves of AI. And sure, I don't want to dismiss what generative AI can do, and maybe there will get energy efficient chips. But maybe we should also be talking about, can we do privacy preserving that don't require a lot of data that are explainable? Because DARPA back in 2010, 2012 had competitions for anyone that could come up with solutions to do transformer models that didn't require fancy mathematics. 10 years later, we have what we're having now. So governments around the world could say, look, we want AI that's of this type, that actually can be something that's more about you versus the platforms, that actually does give you some locus of choice. Because what we're really facing right now when it comes to AI is actually an erosion of autonomy and agency of choice in individuals. Because that's the business model. I would submit this whole idea that data is the new oil. How did that meme last more than 5 minutes? Oil, use it up, it's gone. Data, use it, it's still there. But in free societies, your data is a chance for you to express your personal preferences or wants. And I'll give a real quick example as I close. In 2020, when COVID happened, the US federal government gave money to the states to roll out testing facilities for COVID. And the states did what they thought was the logical thing, which was they placed the testing facilities where people lived. Well, unfortunately, for historical unjust reasons, especially in the southeastern part of the United States, if you're Black or Hispanic, you are much more likely to have a 30 to 45-minute commute away from where you live than others. And so they came out and they suddenly started saying, newspapers started saying there's hesitancy in a certain part of minority groups to get tested for COVID. No, we put it where people lived. And if you're open from 9 to 5 on a weekday and you live farther away, you're not able to do that test. Now, interesting enough, data from Google, which would not have been possible in Europe because of GDPR, revealed that, yes, there are these discriminations in terms of where people live versus work. And the moment the states changed and they put the testing facilities where people worked versus where they lived, there was no actual, we saw no variance in people wanting to get tested. But we repeated the same thing in 2021 when the COVID vaccine came out. If you remember the United States, you had to either be 59 and a half or 60, I can't remember the exacts, but you had to be above a certain age because of the scarcity of the vaccine. Well, again, you had major newspapers, including New York Times, coming out and saying, we're seeing hesitancy on minority groups to get the COVID vaccine. Well, no, again, unfortunately, in the United States, again, for historically unjust reasons, if you're above the age of 60, you're more likely to be Caucasian. And so the moment they lifted the age band, they saw no hesitancy. If anything, they saw certain minority groups actually more wanted to get the test than Caucasian individuals. But I raise that because we're in an era, especially in free societies, that your data is a chance to speak for you. But when we're permitting it to be hoovered up and be held behind a curtain, that's not a sustainable business model. And so I think all this talk about AGI is actually missing the deeper structural question, which is in an era in which we have democratized tech such as available to everybody, how do we make sure people still have agency and choice in that system?
Okay, yeah. And so, Johan, 2 years, 10 years, economic impact, what do you see unfolding?
Well, the short answer is we don't know.
Well, we have some evidence even now and some intuitions, and we must have those if we want to make policy decisions, right? And decisions in businesses.
Well, we want to try and make informed decisions, but also recognize the fact that we don't have a crystal ball as well. And I mean, in many scientific areas, there's been breakthroughs, but a breakthrough doesn't mean that we're going to have a breakthrough every year following that first breakthrough, right? So there's been improvements and so on, but we don't know how development is going to go. These new efforts, for instance, to build world models to try to simulate the physical world as well, that many robotics companies now are approaching, leveraging transformer technologies and so on to see, like, can we replicate the physical world in the same way the same way that we have replicated language and language models, a statistical model that can produce plausible language or a model then producing plausible 3D worlds and so on. We don't know how that's gonna fare out. I mean, the world is much more complicated than language. Language is hard, but the world in itself is really complicated, right? So we don't know. There's many estimates, like and obviously the AI tech leaders are saying everything between 1 year to 5 years to 10 years before we have actual AGI, artificial general
Maybe 100 years.
Maybe 100 years, right? So I mean, we don't know. My feeling though is that still, even if we had AGI tomorrow, consider if ChatGPT would be totally trustworthy and it gave really, really good answers. Even then, I see that it would take 10 years at least to roll this out throughout society, because society isn't ready for it. We can't implement this throughout our various industries or sectors and so on. So there's a lot of inertia, a lot of slowness in society. Some parts of society move fast, but people and organizations are relatively slow. So it's going to take time. So the value that's going to be generated, it's hard to tell. I mean, there's estimates now. Darren Nashimoglu came out with a number that was like 1% that he expects based on his assessments of productivity increase in US and Western societies over the coming decade. And there's a famous Goldman Sachs estimate. There's going to be like 15% productivity increase. So like huge economic benefits or pretty moderate economic benefits, but we don't know. I would say somewhere in between is probably more realistic. Obviously, though, it's hard I'm never going to say that technology will not have a new breakthrough, because if a new breakthrough comes along, if this inference approach that you mentioned, for instance, there can be revolutions happening as well. And also looking at, for instance, at the development in China. So how many of you have read about DeepSeek version 3?
That thinks it's OpenAI.
That is, it does think it is OpenAI. If you ask it, like, who are you? It says, I'm a model trained by OpenAI, but actually then trained by Chinese leading AI lab. But the most remarkable thing about it is that basically it performs on par with OpenAI's last state-of-the-art model 4.0 that came out about 6 months ago. So in that sense, China is 6 months behind the US state-of-the-art AI models in a sense, so trailing pretty closely there. But the most remarkable thing isn't actually the performance, but the alleged cost with which they actually train this model. Below $6 million. That's a factor of 50 or 100x lower cost than the US labs were training these models on. And allegedly, this is through various optimization procedures and so on. But still, this is also with them not having access to the leading chips. So with this last generation, pretty crappy GPUs, with not access to this best hardware, still being able to train such a powerful model and then releasing it for free. It's an open source model, basically undercutting the potential business model for OpenAIs and similar. So now you can just download this model. Sure, you need to have a pretty sizable data center to run it, but you can do it. That's totally doable. And then you don't need to pay a subscription fee to OpenAI, for instance. So yes, they are mimicking, they're copying, they're not leading, but there's innovations in there as well on this optimization part. So, and obviously that indicates as well that there's a ton of optimizations to be had as well on doing what we're doing today for much lower energy, much lower cost. And by minimizing that, we can also have more powerful models and models out there in our like smaller data centers and even on board on a laptop or on a phone as well. So democratization, availability, access to these models are going to be cheaper and more accessible, which means that we can start deploying them more. And I would say as well that fundamental AI development, that is critical. That's super important for it to be more useful. But let's not forget engineering. So AI in itself is a nice, shiny thing. But as anyone who's been involved in AI development knows, is that the model is many times the easy part. The whole system around it, making it work, is the really harder part. To have the quality assurance parts, to have continuous retraining, to have the MLOps pipeline, and nowadays LLM ops pipelines and so on, that there's a lot of work involved there. So even if you have a nice language model or something else, to make this work, to solve a specific business problem in a specific company, that's going to take a lot of effort. So that's also something that we need to look into much more, putting aside AGI.
Well, Sandeep, you talked about this a little bit in your opening remarks too, but can you develop that a little bit further? Like, what do you see in the near term, 2 years, 10 years, future of work, kind of what's unfolding?
So I'll work back. AGI is kind of the holy grail of, trying machines to show creativity, reasoning, and judgment. So I'm not an expert, but I'll say that I don't think we understand enough about creativity, reasoning, and judgment to say machines have that capability. But they've been incrementally showing, from Gen 1 AI, rule-based systems and pattern recognition to next generation, decision-making, optimization, et cetera, are showing abilities. So if you look at the very optimistic scenario or the very pessimistic scenario of AI, there's a lot of stuff in the middle that falls into the category of decision-making, predictive analytics, prescriptive analytics, optimization, et cetera. And my first project when I was out of grad school was an AI project where we had to look at images of light bulb filaments to find manufacturing defects in light bulbs. That's not sexy. It doesn't get headlines. I think a lot of that type of work still needs to be done. Before the latest evolution of Gen AI, most companies were struggling with trying to get their arms around good data to train their traditional machine learning models on data science tasks that they had. How to, classify loans better, how to classify credit risk better, how to decide whether you're going to reject or approve a claim, a medical claim, for example. So those kinds of problems, I think, are going to be where the benefit is there. I don't think, whether Gen AI bots deployed in a company can write, Shakespeare quality memos, I don't think anyone cares or is willing to pay for them. I think there's a lot of work to be done to bring that promise of, enterprise software to creating business value to the market. And so I think regardless of the cost of training a model, the compute capacity required, a lot can be done with today's technology in an energy efficient, data efficient manner. And so that's where I think most companies will see the benefit. It will take years. I would not have a prognostication of what happens 10 years out because, it's a bit like John McCarthy said a long time ago that as soon as it works, AI becomes a feature. So there have been features embedded in our technology today that have been, previous generations of AI. There will be next generation of AI technologies embedded in all of the tech we interact with today, whether it's in our personal lives or in the business environment. I think a lot of those will keep incrementally improving. And a bit like VS said this morning, there's going to be 1,000 ants, whether they are embedded in our existing software or services or directly accessible as AI services, for example, in your iPhone. I think we will basically see those benefits, but we won't attribute them to AI in the coming 2-3 years.
Just to follow up on the labor market, I think we can rest assured that the labor market in the coming 10 years will change. Definitely. So many jobs will change. The composition of what the tasks that make up various jobs will change. But we can also be quite sure that many things will stay the same. Not everything changes at the same pace. And one example I have is that I've been working with a lot of manufacturing companies, industrial companies, and so on. And the pressure of change on them is pretty limited because their customers aren't always valuing cool new features. Their customers value reliability. They want to buy a machine that can stamp this metal and just stamp the metal for 20 years going forward, like a reliable machine. They don't want to have the bells and whistles. So the pressure on this industrial manufacturer to put AI inside their machinery is pretty low. So they don't need to change all their job descriptions and improve like what kind of people they're hiring and so on. Versus something that's more close to the consumer, where the pace of change is much higher. So to be able to stay in the game, like a bank, for instance, if you don't have a couple of hundred ML algorithms running in a bank, I mean, if you don't have really good data scientists that can make sense of the financial flows and so on, you're not going to be in business these days. I mean, that's standard operations in a bank in a sense. So, I mean, and that obviously changes also. I mean, the banks are hiring now thousands of data scientists / AI experts in different ways. 20 years ago, that was not really the case, right? So the labor market does definitely change. Some parts much slower and some parts quicker. Although I would add as well that if one of these old manufacturing companies would invest a little bit here in logistics optimization, saving 5% there, something there in their procurement department to make sure to work with their providers and buy slightly cheaper raw materials while keeping quality there, doing a few more things here and there, they're going to soon have a cost base that's significantly lower than a competitor. So then obviously then they can have lower prices on their products, and that will impact their competitiveness on the market, and that will push others to come along as well and push others of these slower moving companies to actually get on board and leverage these opportunities in their operations as well. So
I'm going to real quick build on the labor market and try to take a slightly longer picture view that in 2009, there were clear indications already that as a result of globalization, not even AI, at least in the United States, we were seeing haves and have-nots winning as a result of globalization. The heartland was disproportionately seeing industry jobs leave the heartland. The coasts were not. And I actually was a nonpartisan that was writing memos at the time, and I said, we need to do things to actually bring jobs back to the heartland. Otherwise, in the next 10 years, we're going to see a whole lot of dissatisfaction. Unfortunately, nothing was done, and one might say 2016 was a referendum on that. And in fact, to this moment, we are still seeing a K-shaped economy where some people are really great off, other people aren't. It's shades of the 1890s. Imagine if I told you there was this time in U.S. history where there was massive technological progress, rise of corporations, they waded into politics, they tried to build moat around their industries. That, ladies and gentlemen, was the 1890s. There was also less trust in the U.S. Congress that same time than there is now. And Pulitzer and Hearst, they sold papers in which the headlines did not match the actual news stories, sensationalism, and that's the such. So it may very well be that we are seeing a repeat of the 1890s. But I raise that because, on the one hand, that's happened in the United States. On the other hand, I do think there are countries that are more autocratic in nature that can continue to bankroll AI sustainably, unlike the US and Europe. And that creates some interesting questions because what does that mean geopolitically? Right now, one of the best plugins in GitHub for doing OCR is open source. It's really great, except it came from one country, PRC. So are we literally going to tell US companies, European companies that you will not be able to use that open source code because it came from another country? Because again, who knows what you're getting as a result of it? So we've got this interesting interplay where we need to actually step back and say, how do we want to move forward for all, not just a few, in a world that right now, I would argue, at least in the West, we have disproportionately gone much more to a shareholder-based economy than to an employee or a stakeholder-based economy. Right now, most employees, if they train the machine after their patterns and work, they will not see any actual benefit from it, even though the shareholders will. So I raise that because this is an issue that is now playing itself in our geopolitics. One might say the United States is going into a period of anti-establishment precisely because we have not addressed the last 20 years. And that's not just about AI, that's about globalization writ large. Meanwhile, more autocratic nations can play the game differently. And I would submit that as a result of the internet, as a result of smartphone, and now latest wave of generative AI, we've created a world where it's a lot easier to be an autocratic nation than it is to be a free society.
Go ahead, Sandeep.
Just a quick word on labor. So I think right now there just is not enough economic or econometric data on the labor market to inform policy comprehensively. So with regards to future work, you need years of data collection from the Bureau of Labor Statistics or NBER, Department of Labor, et cetera, to know what are there's hypotheses that AI impacts income segments differently, education level, people with different education levels differently, people with different demographics differently. But I think those are hypotheses. The conundrum of AI is it's going to impact the people who are most disenfranchised last. that who are in the front line, so agriculture or the food service business or healthcare, those are the most human intensive of the kinds of labor. In fact, the disproportionate impact will be most on quote unquote white collar professions. In fact, most of the survey data shows that, management, product development, all of the classic kind of white collar type jobs are going to be the first to be impacted. And I think what government agencies, regardless of regulation, do is collect that data to create both an education and a mobility program that removes barriers from people trying to gain mobility. So whether it's removing non-competes or creating occupational licensing that allows people to gain job mobility that may be displaced or impacted by AI.
Let's jump to the privacy and cybersecurity discussion. And we're going to keep this part of it kind of short because I want to make sure we get to questions and we can get through hopefully a lot of questions. But Johan, can you just start off and let's just do 90 seconds each maybe on this one. Just I'm sure that's plenty of time for you to lay out the full landscape of privacy and cybersecurity, the relevant privacy protections in the UK. And can you just tell us a little bit about what's happening in that space?
Yeah, so talking about privacy protection in the European perspectives, the EU on one hand, and you have the UK on the other hand. In the EU, we have well-established GDPR, so really strong protection of data, although actually not as strong as in some other countries, like take Korea, for instance, South Korea, where you have also data portability rules, where you cannot actually move this data on someone individual across a border, or even a lot of data cannot actually be allowed them to cross borders, whereas in Europe, it is more permissive in that sense. I would say one interesting news coming out of Europe is actually from the UK, and I'll come back to that later as well, where the government, both the previous government, the right-wing government, and now the more left-wing government, are really adamant on looking at, can we actually maybe find some way of relaxing some of these rules that we have to enable the development of AI solutions and to attract AI investment into our country. So that's actually one of the questions that are being up now and discussed. So some of these data privacy rules, should we actually relax some of them in the UK to enable further AI investments or AI development? For instance, tapping into healthcare data, sure, anonymized, and making sure that individuals' data is not getting leaked out in different ways. But still, that was previously a non-starter, a question that was deemed too sensitive, where the potential, even that if the risk is minuscule, the potential leakage there was deemed too great to even go into that discussion. But that is changing now, and that's obviously since politicians are seeing the allure and the potential of all these investments and this potential. So yeah, cybersecurity. There's a ton of different risks, and I think the other panelists might touch more on that, David in particular. But there's a ton of different things you have on the dark web. You have language models trained specifically for malware development, for instance. So if I'm a bad actor, I can spin up malware so much more quickly. And as we know as well, cybercrime today are really professionally organized companies. They're large organizations with managers, with internal HR departments managing these cyber criminals and so on. So it's a marketplace. This is a highly professionalized line of business, and they're making a ton of money, these guys as well. So having these automation solutions as well to perform cybercrime at a higher rate is very useful for them. Hard to stop though. The cat is out of the bag. These solutions are out there. So if you want to train it on historical malware code that you have, it's hard to stop there for law enforcement.
Sandeep, you have a lot of expertise in the finance industry, many millions of dollars spent for cybersecurity. Yeah. This issue is big. Are the benefits going to outweigh the risks? How do you think about that calculus?
So when I talk about the productivity cases for AI, I said this is before they are gated for the amount of money it requires to assure the privacy, security of different technologies that are out there deployed inside the company. So the finance industry relies heavily on data that is either internal and proprietary or sourced, through third-party providers. I think the issue is much more around the core data protection, regulation, and requirements than it is about what AI will do to it. So right now, nobody has completely solved the data protection problem in the industry. I think that in the absence of an overarching AI framework that addresses trustworthiness, transparency, privacy, fairness, ethics, et cetera, it's still a company using the existing known guardrails. What's also lacking is a comprehensive metric framework for measuring that risk, both security and data risk, with the use of AI. So I think that will be addressing all levels, all layers in the AI stack, from the compute foundation to data, the models, automation, and the tooling. That is still to be defined. I think there's work to be done. But I want to get to this whole notion of third-party risk. I think the cybersecurity industry spends a lot of time on third-party risk and cybersecurity supply chain risk. But with regards to AI, it's basically both, it's actually going to be a cat and mouse game, both AI for offense and AI for defense. I think it's super important for companies to find how they can measure the threat and then defend from it. Third-party supply. The thing about finance industry regulation is, I recall a conversation with one of our federal regulators who said, I'm not concerned with how much you spend or how much your security efforts are duplicative. I only care about the gaps. So with regards to attacks, threats, phishing, malware, the supply chain risk liability lies primarily with the consumer, meaning the bank, not the vendor or the third party. And I think there's enough cases that are not AI specific, but I read about a train manufacturer that introduced malware that prevented the Polish government from outsourcing maintenance of those trains to a third party. Every time the train drove by a maintenance yard, the train would shut down. So it's actually holding your suppliers accountable for the third-party risk of data, of the models that they introduce that you may not be even aware of, but you'll be held liable to. I think that's going to be putting companies under a lot of pressure, and they will put pressure on regulators to put pressure on third-party suppliers to ensure the trustworthiness of and security of the technology.
David, one of the themes that we've talked about a few times today is just kind of like this race, China versus the U.S. You touched on autocratic nations versus more democratic nations. I mean, what should we be thinking about here? And I mean, you're addressing, the regulation in the UK because you're thinking about some of those questions. How do we? I mean, what are the risks? How should we be thinking about those big questions?
Sure, and I'll keep it short so we can go to audience questions. I think I want to say at the end of the day, this is AI, but it's AI and other issues. I think what Sandeep was saying on supply chains is incredibly important. And it's worth knowing that before COVID, if you took the top 10 companies in the world in terms of market cap and you summed them together, most of them are data intensive, their market cap exceeded all the world's countries' GDP with the exception of the top 4. And that was before COVID. And so it is quite possible in the next decade we may face a world in which there are 10 companies in the world that have a larger market cap than all the world's GDP combined, with the exception of the US and China. So I raise that because this is unprecedented time as we think about it. And that's why I bring the contours of do we want to have more free societies versus autocratic societies against that backdrop. Why I'm saying it's not just about AI, United States is right now 0.25 meter resolution. In Argentina, it's already 0.125 meter resolution for collection commercially from space, and that's from low Earth orbit. You can do higher resolution from drones. Which companies are thinking about what happens when one of their employees, one of their executives is targeted through space collection to figure out their patterns of life and possibly interfere with that? I often like to ask my European colleagues, does informed consent from GDPR apply to observations taken from space? It usually makes their heads explode, and I like to see that happen. You can see in the United States, there have been some high-profile arrests with alleged counterfeit, but it was actually a deeper story that for the last 3 years, we have found in U.S. OEM-provided gear chips that were phoning home to a country that I will keep nameless. Small Huawei daughter boards, you can guess what they were doing. This is in routers. And so no one's usually looking to see if your router is somehow violating your firewall because it is your firewall. But if you look at cybersecurity right now, especially with zero trust frameworks, they don't actually check to see if the hardware really is doing only what it's supposed to be doing and nothing else. And so we have a confluence of multiple issues coming in at the same time that, again, make it a lot easier to be a more autocratic regime than it is to a free society, because you can say if you don't like this, you're either fired and or imprisoned and or killed, whereas free societies will spend a lot of time deliberating and admiring the issue and also will be hijacked by different for-profit interests. So this is why this is going to be a very interesting time in which we move things forward. The other thing that I would say is, at least when it comes to generative AI, we have absolutely succeeded at the Turing test. And you already saw it with what VS was showing. The trouble is the Turing test was a machine trying to deceive you that it was human. And I raise that because maybe the Turing test was the wrong test for us to be pursuing in the first place in computer science, because that doesn't result in good societies. And what we need instead in computer science, and we need in schools of engineering, and by the way, on the engineering principle, I would say we're not doing a great job on software engineering in general. That's why cybersecurity is not doing so well. But maybe we need a principle that says, how can these technologies make us better as individuals, as groups, as communities, as societies, amplify our strengths, overcome our weaknesses, and do so in a pluralistic fashion in which we actually make things happen. And so this is going to be some really hard choices. At the same time, I celebrate that generally the US and Western societies do great when things really get to a head. We're usually debating things until actually the plane's about to fly into the mountain. And the other thing that I would say as we move forward, it really is that we actually start to have, and I really celebrate that Buffett Institute is doing this. This is an interdisciplinary problem. No one discipline is going to solve ourselves out of this. And I'm going to just give one final closing. 2019, the average ransomware attack was about $4,000 for payoff. A year later, it was about $48,000. A year later, it was $252,000 a payoff. And the year after that, it was $500,000. So why every year are we seeing this exponential growth in the payoffs for ransomware? What happened in the backdrop? We rolled out cybersecurity insurance, which meant the ransomware attackers knew they could ask for more. And now we are dealing with cartels. We talk about how these are very well organized. They are sitting on, some of the cartels have between $10 to $15 billion to throw in investment in using generative AI for the next wave of cybersecurity threats. How many of us have companies that have a budget of 10 to 15 billion? This is the world we have created, and we have done that because, again, we weren't having the necessary interdisciplinary conversations between policy and what was happening at the technology level. If we can do more of these, we can try to avoid a repeat of what happened in the last 5 years.
All right, great. So let's get 3 questions out there and we'll kind of do some speed rounds and see how many questions we can get through. So I see 3 right here up in front. So if we want to maybe just start with in the front and then move back to, we'll get 3 up here in the front, I think, and then there, and then we'll keep going.
Is it working? You rebooted it. Yeah.
David, how does AI profit the heartland? How do you make the difference? Another question would be, if you can comment on the possibility of having a global watchdog for AI.
Okay, so
all right,
let's get a couple more questions out there. Okay.
So I have a question about the economic side of AI and specifically ROI for AI development. I remember when Google was developing its first model, they for like at least 3 years didn't make any money, and they didn't even know what kind of business model will be at the beginning. All they know they have this great new technology, and somehow later we'll figure out how to make money on this. So what are your thoughts about
Could you say what your name and organization too?
Yes, my name is Yefim Kotler. I'm a retired engineer.
Okay, thank you. Okay. And then let's get one more question and then we'll.
Hi, my name is Clayton. I'm a sophomore undergraduate here at Northwestern studying economics and Slavic. My question is lines of, as we've seen with investment, it eventually peaked. If you look at like the total model of growth, it eventually a limit to how much money you can throw at something kind of out. Do you see that happening with AI, or do you see maybe forever growing and forever creating new ways of using AI?
Okay, so those questions about the heartland, about the return on investment, and then a similar sort of question about just all this investment.
And the watchdog too. All right, I'll keep it real short. I would say on the heartland, And this gets to the other questions too. Again, right now, we have a model that is basically capitalizing off our data. And if you accept the premise that data in some form is a human voice and that we haven't updated our laws to catch up with it, I would question whether or not that is a good model. Now, not to admire the problem, the UK has rolled out things called data trust. In the United States, we would call them data cooperatives, where your data by itself, not that valuable, but if you pull it together, you could actually use existing contract law to renegotiate. And so you could actually say, look, we all care about, the arts, or we all care about music. We are musicians. We will allow our data about what we have done to train the machine in return for some sort of remuneration. Or maybe we all care about Alzheimer's research, or we care about it because we have a family member. We will be willing to let our healthcare data be used for the purposes of finding a cure for Parkinson's, as long as the company promises that it will actually go to some good. It won't just be for profit. So your data could be used using contract law to renegotiate this playing field. The challenge is in the United States, unlike Europe, we have vested interests at the moment to not have that happen. And so it'll be interesting to see what happens. To the question about the heartland right now, generative AI as it stands is hard for the heartland to currently find value. But that's where I keep on pushing for. Again, we can feed solutions that actually can be done with the active inference example I told you. It was done on a laptop versus a cloud computing cluster, and it still performed in 1/100th the time what O1 did. So the best way to predict the future is to create it, whether it's the US or the global south or wherever it might be, we can do that. As terms of global watchdog, given we're already tossing out norms, and I would submit we have a lot of gray zone conflict between different nations. It's worth knowing in 1899, the nations of Europe got together and said, chemical weapons, really bad thing. We should all agree to ban them. And they did. And a year later, they were all pursuing it in secret. So that when World War I happened, they all used chemical weapons. Both sides used chemical weapons against themselves. I would say any watchdog that says we're going to limit models of a certain size or certain extent, sure, everyone's going to agree, and they're going to pursue it in secret. So I'm just not hopeful there.
Johan?
Yeah, I would add as well, and I will not hold my breath for an AI watchdog with a global mandate or global scope. That's a very nice, it's a beautiful idea, but it's not going to happen in our lifetimes, I think. I mean, given the conflict temperature currently, like on the global landscape as well, given the radioactive state of even the term AI safety currently. I mean, it cannot be mentioned in the Trump administration and so on. Given the fact that global AI safety institutes were super hyped a year ago and so on, but now they're not as much discussed at all. I think that is not on the radar to actually see any kind of global AI safety institute. Even though the potential could be there, because I mean, many interested parties would like to see such a body somehow being formed. Maybe not with a strong mandate in a sense, but some sort of standardization effort, perhaps, to find joint ways of curtailing the risks, or like to do safety tests, red teaming, and so on. It could be done, and the AI safety institutes could be a foundation for that. But no, with a global scope, I don't see it happening.
Sandeep, you want to jump in on anything in there?
So at the risk of being slightly contrarian on global regulation, I'll point to the finance industry. And even though there's no global financial regulator, they all cooperate. But, human nature is to act only when bad things happen. So, for example, I was asked right after 9/11 in New York, I happened to be working in Lower Manhattan, by operational risk people, what is the value of losing a data center? And nobody in the room had a clue. It took years for the industry to develop a operational risk framework. The same thing happened in the mortgage crisis. There was no measurement of bank stress tests or safety, and the models were all wrong. I think the industry needs to develop better measurement frameworks, maybe individual country regulations, and then cooperate amongst regulators instead of aiming for a kind of Uber body. I also want to answer the question about ROI. As I said earlier, I think for consumers, business consumers of AI, the ROI right now is, amorphous at best. I think consumer AI is even more. I mean, everyone's willing to try ChatGPT for free, but if it's $50 a month, or maybe $200 a month, then you begin to question the value, especially with people who end up paying multiple subscriptions. It's a bit like, streaming technology. The consumer, your rent tariff extracted from you. Once you become a consumer, the switching costs are high, you don't leave, so you end up being charged every month. And that's basically what the companies are hoping that you do. Once you get locked in, you keep subscribing to Copilot or any other tool of that nature. But I think for companies, it's a real harder case to make the payoff for the investment.
Okay, Barry said he wouldn't drag me off the stage until 2:30, so we can do one more round.
One more round.
Three more quick questions. Let's get them out there. I know there were some additional hands, so we can get the mics, please. We've got two right here. And then one over here. Okay, so there are three questions. We'll just have to be even just a little bit speedier speed round this next time. But so just again, give your name, please, and put the question out there. Name and organization.
I'm Barry Byman. I'm just a member of a National Space Society. So the question is it time that we create a pool of funds, mostly private, but with some public money, to help smaller firms develop their own version of generative AI?
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Neha. I'm a grad student here at Northwestern. I love the discussion, how it branched out AI in the politics and went a little more ahead on the technology spectrum. It gave me the opportunity to ask this question. Is it okay if I go without this?
No, please use the mic.
Yeah.
Please,
Yeah.
they'll try to get
They'll get you because of the. Oh, here comes another mic coming your way now. Better mic.
people online to be able to hear.
Yep.
So
Right. So the question is, so now with our current frameworks that we have, right, encryption bits of 2056 and maybe it's ranging to 1048. Now with cloud computing coming, it is going to be fraction of seconds that it can break your encryption code and all the data out there is vulnerable. So what do you think, where are we on this life cycle to upgrade our entire encryption infrastructure and frameworks to safeguard all of the data that's vulnerable out there? I'm sorry for the long question, but hope it reached you.
okay, and why don't we get this last question there, and then we can jump in. And Sandeep, I'll let you jump in first this time.
So I'm curious, and it came out of something you said, Sandeep, but if anyone wants to answer, what you perceive to be some potential maybe microeconomic impacts, and we talked about the heartland a little bit. My name is Sarah Kessler, by the way. I've worked in tech for about 15 years, and I'm not particularly concerned about the AIs coming for our jobs angle of things, but I am curious, as more of what you were saying, historically white collar jobs, some of those processes get automated. Do you see any sort of pendulum swing and maybe more value being attributed to skilled trades? Maybe is there a pendulum swing where people in the heartland would actually see some economic benefits from some of those changes?
So I'll answer that question, and I'll answer the question about private AI quickly as well. I think, quite honestly, the answer is uncertain right now. The low-hanging fruit are all productivity enhancement tools. So if you, regardless of how much OpenAI or Google have spent on building that technology, if you believe that these productivity enhancement tools, call them, autocomplete on steroids, are useful, then they'll save you half an hour a day, a few hours a week. That is significant on an individual basis, but for large corporations with large technology budgets, that may not be a sufficient reason to say this AI investment paid off. It'll be just one of many tools. For other professions, likely there are meant to be incremental benefits. So, if you can improve the productivity of physicians that are to capture patient notes and make diagnoses, if you factor the risk of hallucination in the diagnosis, maybe there's a payoff, maybe there's not, but I think that journey has got to be gone on for quite a while right now. On the issue of will there be a private consortium developing language models? I think, quite frankly, for the use cases that are viable today, the language models that are existent are more than sufficient. In fact, there's a whole notion that you need a kind of a composite of many small language models, a composition of experts that can answer the domain-specific questions that you train the model on, domain-specific data in manufacturing or in the energy infrastructure or healthcare, et cetera. And that's more than good enough for the investment to pay off. I think that's more likely to be the case, especially with the more energy efficient AI chips coming out. I think those companies are going to be able to deploy that technology internally without relying on giant breakthroughs in either chips or language models.
David, you want to jump in?
Sure. So on the question about consortium, I would say for the next 4 years, the U.S. is going to be focusing on market-driven solutions. That's just the realpolitik. But what we could do is we could require government agencies to curate a data set and make that public domain that is good enough for anybody to train on, which then removes some of the advantages of the larger companies that obtain data through opaque methods, and it actually allows startups to then be able to move forward. So that's a way that uses market-based mechanisms, but it provides a public good, and it actually activates government agencies to do that. On the question about, well, I would say one thing is I want to build on the idea that, remember, CPAs right now, a CPA is trusted that if the boss asks them to cook the books, the CPA says, no, I took an ethical oath to my profession that even though you're telling me to cook the books, I'm not going to do it. And this has been a solution for, in a long period of time to address the fact that most of us aren't watching what CPAs are doing. I think if we look to the future, why don't we have certified, I hesitate to use words ethical, but certified ethical data scientists, certified ethical AI individuals that have a profession approach as opposed to a monolithic global approach, because that's a way that has actually been shown to add value, and it could be used, and it can actually be a way to create jobs too. Yeah. Do you have this certification or not? And then finally, I would say I'm a volunteer with an effort called Birth to 3 that's trying to make sure every infant between the ages when they're born to 3 in the United States gets the necessary physical, mental, and emotional care. Because right now, the #1 source that people go to as single parents for guidance on how to parent, any guesses? TikTok. Yes. Huh. I raise that because that might give you some pause. And so we thought, could there be a nonprofit chatbot that could help answer your questions on how to parent? Well, what we found underneath the hood is right now, because of the way grants have been done in the United States, one, it's often state specific as opposed to national in nature. And then it's actually the states have devolved it to county. So you actually have to know which county you're in to find the right guidance. And then on top of it, the guidance is written for academics for other academics, not for parents. That's a problem that's actually completely separate from AI. And so I would say, I think there's a huge opportunity to use these technologies to show real value to everyday people. And the moment you do that, you're now involving them. You're involving them in AI as opposed to doing AI with them. That'll actually be a way to transform this and move it forward.
Well, I've been confused enough reading the blogs about how to parent. I'm glad I wasn't on TikTok.
Not just you.
Okay, so Johan.
Yeah, I just wanted to comment on the question of helping small firms. I believe that small firms, like normal small and medium-sized companies, should not be trying to do cutting-edge research, like doing advanced AI. There is a ton of solutions for them to implement, to roll out. There's also tried and tested, cheap, reliable AI/machine learning solutions that they should be using. And I don't know about you guys, but I've been spending a lot of my time in the manufacturing industry. And it's insane to go out there in the field and to see that they still have someone pushing a button every time a product rolls by on the conveyor belt, or looking at something that you can put up a camera and like $100 solution to do this quality assurance, and then you can maybe filter out 5% that you need to manually check. There's so much low-hanging fruit that you can do to improve the competitiveness, lower the cost base, improve the quality of the products out there. And that goes for the US, goes for Europe, a lot of high-income countries where we need to leverage these solutions that we have that are reliable and easy to use. And the fact that that is not being done already is obviously a huge impediment to our economies. That should be done. I know there's countries, at least in the European Union, that are kind of subsidizing and having support, trying to push this technology out, to open the eyes of small business owners for them to see all the solutions that's out there. So that's definitely something that can be done to accelerate the adoption of technology that's out there already.
Great. Thank you very much. Let's thank our panelists for a really great discussion. Thank you very much. Okay, Fair.
So there's a coffee break right now. And so we'll be coming back at 2:45 for the final panel on international cooperation. So see you at 2:45. Thank you. And this panel is going to be moderated by Professor Subrahmanian. So I'm just going to hand over to him and he'll take it from here. Thank you.
Thank you, Barry. And can people hear me? Yep. All right, great. Thank you, Barry. And I would like to express my appreciation to the audience for sticking it out till this late hour. And this is a panel on international cooperation and AI. We have three very distinguished panelists who are here in part with me and one joining us on Zoom. So I'll start by introducing them briefly. Juha Heikkilä is an advisor to the EU Commission on AI issues. He has been working with the EU for many, many years. He's been the author of numerous reports which have been very influential on the role of AI in the EU. And he's also led huge funding programs for the EU on AI, robotics, and areas surrounding that. So Juha was not able to join us in person due to some recent EU regulatory changes, but we're thrilled to have him, especially as it's pretty late in the evening, joining us from Europe. Welcome, Juha.
Thank you very much.
With me on the stage are Dan Byman and Romain Murenzi. Dan is a professor in the Walsh School of Government at Georgetown University and one of the world's foremost leaders in security issues. Dan has he's served, in the U.S. government over the years. He's worked with the 9/11 Commission on, obviously, the aftermath of 9/11. He's a frequent, I would say, guest on programs. Every once in a while, I turn on the radio and who's speaking but Dan. And so, it's a great pleasure, as well as a co-author of mine. So it's a really great pleasure to have Dan. So please join me in welcoming him, Dan. And last, but certainly not least on this panel is Romain Murenzi. Romain is currently a professor at Worcester Polytechnic in Massachusetts. He's had a very, very long and illustrious career. He's been trained as a physicist, and he served as Minister of Education for Rwanda and later Minister of Science and Technology in the post-genocide administration. I don't know if that's the right way to say it, Romain, so please feel free to correct me. During his term as Minister of Education, he actually brought up pre-primary enrollment in schools, pre-primary educational facilities, up to something on the order of 97%, a number I remember from a talk I gave many years back because it was such an impressive number that I was, I just couldn't forget it. So he served also in a leading role at UNESCO headquarters in Paris, and then served 2 stints, if I remember correctly, as the head of the World Academy of Science in Trieste, Italy. And we're very honored to have him here. Again, I've known Romain for, I would say, close to 20 years. And so it's really a great pleasure to have him. So I think I'm going to go in alphabetical order, as we did in the other panels. I'm going to ask each of the 3 speakers to present a brief opening statement. So Dan, over to you.
Thank you, VS. And I'm actually quite pleased to be up here, in part because this chair is really comfortable. And it's a nice way to kind of end the day. So if you see me with a big smile on my face, it's both because of the brilliance of my co-panelists, but also because I am quite cozy here. So I just want to make some general remarks from a national security point of view. Recognizing there are people in this audience who are incredible experts on the national security dimensions of AI, and some for whom this is not their focus. So apologies to both if I don't quite calibrate my remarks at the right level. A basic point that artificial intelligence from a national security point of view is potentially, at least, incredibly destabilizing. There's a lot of attention, appropriately so, on autonomous weapons, and the level of autonomy they should receive. There's less attention than there deserves, in my view, on the role of artificial intelligence in decision-making, in terms of aggregating data, presenting decisions. And I think many people here know in conflict situations, you want to make decisions as rapidly as possible. You want to be able to decide and ideally make multiple decisions before your adversary makes one. And to stress that, it's a competitive process. And because it's a competitive process, there are very strong incentives to go against, I will say, best practices and safety during crisis situations, right? And there's a whole host of decision-making literature on how we often make bad decisions under crises. If any of you have ever talked to a telemarketer scammer, right? They're telling you have to decide within 30 seconds or the world's going to explode, right? If you are actually dealing with a situation where the world might explode, your decision-making instincts are always not their peak. And also AI capabilities, as we've heard, there are a lot of questions about them. And when there are questions, that can lead to misperception issues. You can think your enemy is weaker than they are. You can think your enemy is stronger than they are. You can think yourself weaker or stronger. And all that leads to situations where you may have conflicts where people simply don't anticipate the difficulty they're going to face, and they don't recognize that they're making decisions that are making things worse. A second factor to point out, again, I think to this audience quite well known, is that the expertise is in the private sector. Right, so there's lots of issues with regard to warfare and weapon systems where you have incredible knowledge, I'll say, in government. And sometimes in government means companies like Lockheed that are kind of glued to the hip with government, right? But here, the cutting edge systems, the knowledge is really scattered in different parts of the country, many of which have no particularly strong ties to the US government. And then more broadly, the expertise is, in nationality senses, at least global, right? Where you have people, even if many of them are working in the United States, their backgrounds are global. There was a recent, as you probably know, there are 2 million AI task forces. There was a recent one that called for an AI Manhattan project, right? And what they meant was spend a lot of money on AI, right? And I think what I would stress is one of the key successes of the actual Manhattan project was actually about visas, right? It was simply bringing the right talent in the right place. And most of that was not US-born talent. And to me, a lot of the success of capabilities, especially in the long term, is going to be very tied to the ability to attract talent, which is not going to be bound by particular borders. Third point I'll make is that arms control in this space is going to be exceptionally difficult. I'll say the Biden administration, to its credit, has started the process of putting forward definitions and standards and principles to get allies to agree. And I actually think they did a reasonable job. It's a very hard thing to do. But verification, which is usually a key to arms control, is exceptionally difficult. There were huge fights and disagreements when you're trying to verify things like the number of missiles, right, which you can actually count, right? Verifying the strength of an algorithm, right? Verifying the amount of data. There are proxies you can do. You can look at energy use, and there are things like that. But in general, this is going to be an exceptionally hard, almost inherently hard issue. And again, I would stress, because you want faster decision-making, there's a very strong incentive to push forward untested systems, right? So yes, of course, no one wants to use an untested system. But if the adversary is already using a system that they claim has a certain capability, and you do not have that, you are worried about falling behind. And that will be the bane, I think, of many attempts to kind of regulate this. The last thing I'll say is that what we want, even in a conflictual situation, is some degree of AI safety, right? The comparison you can make is with nuclear weapons, where no one wanted a nuclear weapon going off by accident. No one wanted an accidental launch. But conversely, you wanted it to work and to be able to obliterate half of humanity, depending on the circumstances, right? It wasn't the government point of view of any government was not don't use these things, right? It was have true control for when they might be used. And as a result, to have safety, you actually want China and other countries to have safe systems. The problem, and here there's VS and many others in this room can educate me. My understanding of a lot of AI safety often means it works as it's supposed to. And it's very hard to improve the safety of many systems without actually improving the capabilities of many systems. And China doesn't want to improve US capabilities, and the US doesn't want to improve Chinese capabilities. So I think there are going to be real problems, even though there should be a very strong emphasis in the national security space on global AI safety. Let me stop there and look forward to other remarks.
Thank you, Dan. And I will now invite Juha to deliver his opening remarks. Over to you, Juha.
Thank you very much, VS. And first of all, a very big thank you for inviting me to this fantastic event. Unfortunately, I cannot be there in person, but I'm really excited to be on this panel. So let me just maybe state at the outset that we in the European Union, we see AI as a set of technologies which has enormous potential for good. It does, however, carry certain risks. And you may have heard about the AI Act, so the regulation that we have adopted on AI. And there is quite a common misconception, and this is something, a myth I have to bust pretty much at every public appearance in this international context where I'm working, leading the international engagement of the European Union in this area. We do much more than just regulation. So we have basically three pillars. We focus on excellence. So this is research, development, deployment, innovation. So we have a very long-standing funding program, and we have supported over the years now for about 20 years research and innovation in the areas of AI and robotics. Of course, 20 years ago, nobody talked about AI. AI was a two-letter, four-letter word. We talked about cognitive systems or cognition or some other euphemisms, but nowadays we call it openly AI, of course, as everyone else does. So this is one pillar of our activity. Secondly, of course, then, in addition to excellence, we have trust. And this is, of course, the AI Act, the guardrails on AI. So the AI Act, its purpose is to protect our citizens, their health, safety, and fundamental rights. So basically against those risks that we all know about related to AI, caused by AI. So we are trying to be quite cautious there and have a risk-based approach which only intervenes where necessary, and the regulation and its provisions only apply when there is high risk or an unacceptable risk, as it is in some cases. Thirdly, we also have our international engagement as the third pillar, and we consider this to be really quite important. So we have developed this comprehensive strategy. We first published it in 2018 already. We set up a high-level expert group on artificial intelligence, which developed ethics guidelines for trustworthy AI, which have then inspired the AI Act. We have coordinated the actions with the member states. And overall, our approach is to be able to be at the forefront of efforts, global efforts on artificial intelligence by guiding innovation, setting guardrails on AI, and developing the global governance of AI. As regards in particular the topic of this panel, so international cooperation, we do think that it is very valuable and important. Why? Well, simply because many of the challenges that we face are global. Many of the, let's say, the impact of AI, if you like, is often global, or it does not know borders. So we think that therefore cooperation is really necessary in this regard. Therefore, we seek to promote, in our international activity, we seek to promote responsible stewardship of AI and the good governance of AI. So we aim at developing AI in a way which brings the benefits to us all. And this is the way we also shape our international engagement in this area. So we want to advocate these principles that we hold dear in our own activity in the European Union. And therefore, we are involved in all the key international discussions on AI in different forums, and we have quite wide-ranging activities also bilaterally. We want to build coalitions with those that share the desire for regulatory guardrails and the democratic governance of AI in a way that benefits us all. So we seek this both in terms of bilateral relations and also then in international, multilateral international forums. You could think of this as a way of gathering momentum with like-minded countries, and then also seeing to what extent that can be shared, and how that could perhaps inspire other countries which are not quite sure which way to go and how to tackle AI, how to approach it, and what kind of a line they should take, and how to develop and deploy AI in their own countries. We have now, over the past couple of years, 3 years maybe, seen quite a significant development in the international AI governance landscape. So this space has got really quite crowded, and there are various different initiatives which have cropped up, others which have been going on, and it seems like they come online still, the new ones which are related to AI governance, international AI cooperation. We do think that in this space we might need some streamlining, and we would welcome also a way of bringing some of these together, or at least having some clarity in this regard. Therefore, we are also involved in all these international discussions so that we can influence these and have some clarity in this overall international governance debate. We want to make our experience count. So against the background of this comprehensive approach that I outlined, so focusing on both excellence, trust, and international, we feel that we have valuable experience and something that we can bring to bear in these international conversations on AI, so that we can then have outcomes which are desirable from our perspective. And I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you, Juha. And I'm going to ask Romain now to make his opening remarks. Over to you.
Thank you, VS, and thank you for the Roberta Institute for Global Affairs for inviting me to join this conference. My statement or my remarks will focus on international cooperation and capacity building in AI in the developing world. When I say the developing world or the global South, I'll probably try to remove China, India, Brazil, South Africa, these emerging economies. I'll take the other ones, the poor, the one that need daily support. And we talk about around 4 billion people. Let us jump back and look at in 2020, COVID hits the world. What happened? Everybody stays home. But in Europe and the US, in the OECD countries, your children were able to go to school. They go to school, they say school at home, because you have access to broadband, you have access to the computer, but also the parents, they could be able to help. Happened VS, your child was at home, you are educated, so you could actually follow up. You were almost like the teacher helping your kid. Then go to Benin, go to part of the Southeast Asia. For 2020, 2021, even part of 2022, practically no education. Meaning that the issue of access to education for the Sustainable Development Goal, as they said, nobody left behind, for them, that almost would not happen. This means it will have an impact, of course, in achieving the 2030 agenda. Same with health. Same with even just the banking, because here people will work from home. You have a distance, working. You can work from home because you have access to broadband, you have access to the computer, you have access to that. And then we arrive in 2023, the hype of AI comes in. These countries are just coming out of the pandemic. The post-COVID era for them is that they're trying to rebuild themselves. And here we are coming with the AI, all these other capabilities, possibilities. So there is a challenge for them because the government, the national government, they have other priorities. The priority of restarting the economy, doing all that. So basically, if you look at that in terms of AI, I mean, in the least developed countries where 46 of them are from Africa, you can say that there is a big challenge. So international collaboration becomes very important. You can talk about the global corporates. I think they should consider these are of 4 billion as a market. They say the story of somebody who went in a country where he saw, people were working bare shoes, bare feet, and so there is no market. And everyone came and said, yeah, there is a market because they don't have the shoes. So meaning that there are many ways that can be done. I know, for example, IBM and some other companies have been doing something in the developing world, in particular in Africa. And I look at the multilateral organizations such as the World Bank or IMF. They are interested in a better financial management of the finances of country and loans, meaning that helping in battling, for example, the corruption. So for example, the whole issue of procurement, for example, I think AI can play a big role in making sure the procurement is done right. This where there's a lot of corruption in that. But you can also look at the United Nations, in particular UNESCO. They are interested in the issue of education, monitoring the enrollment, monitoring the repetition rate, monitoring the dropout rate. These are things that can be done better if you use AI and some other automated methods. But also you may think about in terms of global pandemics will happen. So a better management of the health systems, I think AI can make a huge difference. So, but I will do the other comment later when we do the discussions. Thank you.
Thank you, Romain. And, I'm going to sort of change a little bit the order of the questions I had written down because you got me thinking. And I'm going to pose this question to Juha, who is playing a central role in international cooperation for the EU and other parties. And we just heard Romain talking about the fact that, 4 billion people, or at least the children amongst those 4 billion people, had great difficulty in accessing educational services because of lack of broadband. I'm curious to hear about EU programs in general, bilateral or multilateral, that are related to the global south that might help bring the benefits of AI to the population, or at least a part of this population. I hope I can turn over to you.
Thank you. So maybe first of all, I would like to just highlight the fact that the funding program we have for research and innovation, that is actually open to universities and organizations in low and middle income countries as well, and they can get funded from the European Union budget in those collaborative projects. Of course, they will need to get involved in consortia, which then propose a research project, an innovation project, which could then be funded under the topics of the work program as they have been defined. So basically, that is an openness that we have considered to be valuable and necessary, so that also there is an opportunity for countries, organizations from countries outside the European Union and outside the developed world to take part in these projects. In fact, other parts of the developed world where we feel that there is sufficient funding, unless they are associated to this program, they have to bring their own funding. We have so far had relatively little activity in terms of concrete programs focused on AI and in terms of development aid kind of programs. However, we are getting more active in this regard. One very concrete example of this is actually an agreement, a cooperation that we do with the United States on AI for public good. And there the idea is to foster scientific collaboration in some critical areas of societal importance, and then share those innovative solutions with the international community. So they are specifically looking at certain topics such as, for example, cancer diagnosis, and using AI algorithms to analyze medical images with accuracy and efficiency. Extreme weather forecasting is another topic that program is looking at, based on machine learning models and predicting and tracking the intensity of tropical cyclones, for example. Also tracking major natural disasters such as wildfires and estimating the resources needed to manage the crises and to minimize their impact. And then further, also it looks at how to use digital twins for urban reconstructions and AI-based techniques for prediction and simulation. So that is a kind of program that is underway, and the goal is then to test and finally deploy those solutions and AI models in third countries as part of cooperation for international development. But we are also expanding the cooperation geographically. So in particular, over the last year and a half, 2 years, we've become closer, developed closer ties with Latin America and the Caribbean region, where then topics of interest to those countries are discussed, and we see how we could then develop more concrete cooperation in that regard. So those are the kinds of activities that we are currently developing further, and we have in some cases the European Union working together with the member states of the Union and seeking out certain topics that are of particular interest. We are now in the process of seeing how we could take this cooperation further and to what extent we can then perhaps develop certain sectors, for example. So in our research program, we have focused quite heavily on some sectors like health, agriculture, which are of course very important sectors from many perspectives, and certainly for the developing world, those sectors I think are very critical in many ways. And this of course can then also be reflected in our cooperation with those countries or regions. It's more likely to be on a regional basis than with some of the developing world. Thank you.
Thank you, Juha. And, you know, it's fantastic that the EU has many of these funding programs that encourage collaborations between the Global South as well as parties in the EU. You know, Dan, I'm going to turn to you and sort of build on some of the things that Juha said. Juha is speaking at the, you know, level of the EU as a whole. At a sort of more, I would say, fine-grained level, universities, you're a university faculty member, so am I, so is Romain. You know, what do universities need to do, or what can they do to address some of the kinds of development goals that Romain mentioned and some of the development challenges that Romain mentioned? So, you know, if we want to use AI for predicting things like weather forecasts, cyclones, disasters, et cetera, some of the things that Juha mentioned, how do universities in a sort of bilateral partnership between US universities and Europe universities, possibly in Europe, possibly jointly with universities in the global south. How can these kinds of partnerships overcome some of the challenges that Romain mentioned?
It's a great question. I certainly don't pretend to have not all, but even most of the answers. Just a few things I'd highlight. One is, in general, I think universities often play a valuable role when they are explicitly thinking about what the private sector will not do already by itself, right? There's no need when there are incredibly strong commercial incentives for a range of innovation, for a range of sales and so on. Universities don't need to add to that inherently, right? They can. But I think universities, because they receive funding outside the commercial logic in many cases, have a role to play for developing forms of AI that are very valuable for society, but have less valuable commercially. As you heard me say in my initial remarks, I put AI safety very high on that list. And that's, an insanely complex issue, especially as systems start to interact with other systems. But I would push that very high. I would also stress that a lot of the effort should be done not with frontier models, but 1 or 2 levels down, just with what's readily accessible to lots of different individuals in society at a low cost. And that's going to be, at least in our current understanding, outside the frontier model system. I would also stress the more we can do research on things like explicability, the more we will have an understanding of how these things are going to interact with each other. And that, again, to me, is a role universities can play that where there's less commercial incentive. But AI as a general purpose technology is going to be everywhere. So I think really almost everything all of us are doing are going to be shaped by this. And it's going to show up in lots of different ways. And one of the earlier panels raised the question of whether we'll be thinking of AI regulation or aid or national security in a general sense, or thinking sector by sector. And without having a crystal ball, my instinct is we will be going to a much more fine-grained level. Right now we don't think of, how do we manage electricity in every product we use, right? We think about different specific uses, and I think AI will be playing that role as well.
Thanks, Dan. And you mentioned the E word, electricity. And, Romain, you had previously mentioned broadband. Even if broadband is available, lack of electricity would pose a problem for educational efforts in virtually any country in Africa and the global south in particular. So as we, think through the kinds of funding programs that the EU offers, such as the ones that Juha alluded to earlier, and, you've basically played a role, many roles in your life, right? As an academic scholar, so you understand how universities work across continents. As a, as the head of TWAS, the World Academy of Science, you understand how science works around the world because you worked with numerous countries on all continents. And of course, in your role as, global policy leader, both at UNESCO as well as in your role as a minister. So, given this very broad perspective you have, how should, I'm going to throw 2 questions at you. One is, are you, with challenges in both education and broadband, how would we ensure that educational needs are met? I remember our mutual friend, Shilidzi Marwala, who's the head of the UN University in Tokyo, says education is a human right. How would we ensure, or how would you seek to ensure that that is, we make progress on that? And second, electricity is sort of a key driver, right? So how would you suggest that both university programs and collaborations between North America, Europe, and the global south are structured and funded so that we have greater chance of achieving that, especially if some of these other initiatives like infrastructure are not?
Thank you very much. during the decade of the 2000, the first decade, when I was a Minister of Education and Science, we had a lot of support from the UK, called DFID, Department for International Development, UK, the Swedish, SIDA, Swedish International Development Agency, they all supported. However, most of them wanted to build classrooms, teacher training, and you tell them about science, tell them about computer, they say, this is not for you. Meaning that then the country Rwanda went out really to find the money to put really one child, one laptop per child computing, to try to put as much as possible connectivity to the school, even if it is a low broadband. So in that, it made a huge difference. As the Rwanda moved to the next decade, the 2010s to 2000, actually Rwanda had pretty much covered a good part, 30 to 40% of the population of the schools in terms of connectivity. And Rwanda was able almost to survive the pandemic in terms of education. You could see that. So this means that it makes economic sense for the donors to invest in that, to make that their money, the money they're investing, the taxpayer they are putting there, and they do make economic sense to invest in science and technology infrastructure. And in particular, of course, in AI now, because that will have an impact in educational delivery and so forth. Another thing that could happen is to understand that most of people in the developing world have never been to a bank, and will never probably in their lifetime have gone to open a bank account. So when I've been visiting Rwanda several times, at least I know, I understand. You can see somebody who has never seen a bank actually enter in a bank. Actually, he's banking. He's using the mobile, which is in terms of broadband is very low. However, he can do the thing that he can do, meaning that the machine learning and other AIs would be able to contribute if they could do mobile app related to those not smartphones, because not everybody is going to have the iPhone 18, whatever, 16, or whatever. So it will happen. It will never happen in the next 10 years, of course. But most people will continue to have these devices. How do we build platforms and apps that really help them? Even then, they talk about the issue related to loans. You want to have a loan, you need to show that you've been doing some economics, activities, meaning that you are doing some banking online. So that will also makes a huge difference in terms of uplifting the poor. I always say that giving a low device, a phone, not a smartphone, to 1 million people, 2 million, 10 million, is like putting a quantum charge in a quantum vacuum. Suddenly, 100 million who didn't participate in the economy, suddenly when they make a call, the government gets 18% of the charges. Meaning that a person who was living in the countryside, probably after farming, he go have a beer with his friends. His money stays there. However, giving him a cell phone, suddenly 18% of the call goes into the taxpayer's funds or as taxpayer. Suddenly he becomes a taxpayer. Suddenly the money that he's putting there can help to build educational and health infrastructure. So I have seen that in Rwanda, and we have seen that in all parts of the world. This means AI can make a huge difference. Of course, these low devices and other level, they will operate with low level of electricity, because you need to be practical, because you will never have that. That will happen, of course, in that. Coming back to the issues related to AI and what has happened in the developed world, you don't need necessarily to reinvent the wheel. You can use the LLMs and data curated for Africa or for the developing world. You can do that, and that can make a huge difference in the example that I just gave. However, you can also think about high-level knowledge through academic partnerships. For example, when I was a Minister of Science of Rwanda, I contributed to having Carnegie Mellon Africa to be in Rwanda, with the agreement that the graduate of Carnegie Mellon in Kigali, Rwanda, the CMU Africa will have the same level as somebody who graduates a master's degree in Pittsburgh. And I asked them to send me the data for AI. They have now trained master's degree in AI, but also they are doing some humanoid. Those things are happening on the continent. The African Mathematical Sciences, it's a certain number of institutes on the continent. They are doing machine learning. This means that they are building the basic to be able to enter into the AI agenda. But for that, I think partnership with your university and other universities in the US may make a huge difference.
Romain, I'm going to put you a little bit on the spot now, which is, you mentioned the one laptop per child program, and you mentioned the mobile phone apps that have, really helped people on the ground in Rwanda improve their lives, while at the same time contributing to the state's coffers. So, just asking very bluntly, would the investment in one laptop per child have been far better spent on providing cell phones of the kind you mentioned, not smartphones, but relatively cheap cell phones? And I don't want to criticize anybody who was pushing one laptop per child, but that's the message I'm taking away from what you said. Am I right or am I mistaken?
You see, in 2020, if government have invested in having these low-level computers in the hand of the children, we will not be Africa and the rest of the poor countries or the developing countries removing the emerging economies. They will not be having the challenges that they are having now. That computer costs $100. There are many other investments one can make. I'm going to give you an example. During the time I was minister, I could see that if you want to buy a book, a textbook, so basically you have probably 5 textbooks: math, language, social science, and 2 other 5 books. And each book probably costs $20. But $20 is we're about $100, but we are talking 1 million children, it's $100 million. You have to request a loan from the World Bank to buy the book. You need to do a procurement. The book was supposed to be printed in the UK. Rwanda is a landlocked country. The book, when they arrive, they go, but they come by boat. They arrive in Mombasa. The Mombasa, they come in Rwanda. They distribute it in the countryside, in the schools. And by the time they distribute that, it has been that 3 years. By the time you request the loan, it goes to the board of the World Bank, they approve it, and you do the procurement, it will take 5 years. And then they give the books to the kids. And then the inspector goes and then realize the inspector has put the books on the shelf because he doesn't want the books to be damaged. So you realize actually, basically, all this money, all this loan, or even a grant has been wasted. They could have they given the child the book, the laptop. The laptop will contain all the books that he needs. These laptops can last 5 years, 4 to 5 years. So basically, governments are not making the right economic investment. That is the now. Has the country moved in Rwanda? They have probably not all the children have laptops, but I could continue to make those to do the same statement. If you give that, you are making the child at par with Europe, with the US, making a chance that they have a chance to be able to have access, of course, to these. The textbook will be accessible to the child for probably 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 years. And that makes a huge difference in terms of that. Another thing I'm going to finish probably is the issue related to educational monitoring. See, Rwanda is a hilly country, meaning that one school will be in the valley, another will be there. To be able to reach there, even for an inspector, to go and verify, very, very difficult. When I arrived at the ministry, I realized that in the ministry, they had a planning department. I remember very well, there was a French guy there who was there, and they had a GIS system. Oh, I said, you have a GIS system. This means every year I can know the repetition rate. I can know how many children enroll in the school. I can know the transition from primary to secondary. I can monitor the gender enrollment equality. That made a huge difference. Every year, I will make sure they go there to see if the data were that accurate. And also, the teachers in each school, how many have gone through the training. It's not that easy unless you visit it physically. So meaning that the AI and digital platform will have a huge impact.
Thank you, Romain. I'm going to switch gears a little bit and move away a little bit from the global south to, not completely, it's a huge part of our world, but I'm going to sort of switch to Dan and ask about, the big companies in the IT space. We're obviously seeing in AI the dominance of the big IT firms, the Googles of the world, and Washington has imposed a number of restrictions on AI-related technology. The recent executive order is one, and then we have, on the other hand, the need, really critical needs of the kind that Romain has been talking about, which are often, I would say, dual use. So Dan, could you say a little bit about how, the trade-off between security needs and concerns, I should say, and let me restate that. Could you say a little bit about how these US companies are going to have to navigate the security concerns that the US has versus the development needs, not just of the global south, but also many of the bigger developing nations like, India, China, Brazil, South Africa, which Romain had excluded from his definition of global south earlier?
That's a hard question in some ways. To be clear, most of the companies don't care about either, right? In the sense of they don't care about development and they don't care about security. They care about profit. And that's not to slam them, right? That's their companies, right? That's what they're supposed to care about. And individuals have ethics and concerns. I'm not trying to make them sound wholly callous, but they are profit-driven enterprises. And they will be thinking about regulation as a cost. And that cost can be shifted towards a higher cost for national security or a lower cost if it's doing social good. But the companies are going to be navigating it with a profit incentive. There are a couple of problems with this, though. One is that the U.S. government, and I would say most governments, will find this a very difficult space to regulate. Part of it, we began this morning talking about definitions, right? And I don't think any of us have a great definition, right? But it's hard to do effective regulation when you lack some of the basic tools. In the United States, I'll say for the kind of younger members of our audience, many years ago in the United States, we used to have this institution. It was called the U.S. Congress. And it did something really cool. It used to pass laws. And Congress doesn't do that anymore. right? So you're going to have much less less of a evolving legal framework. So a lot of it will be done through government agencies and courts. I don't want to drag this audience through things like the Supreme Court Chevron deference ruling, but you have less ability of government to regulate, and you have a current administration that's for the most part anti-regulation. So all this means you're going to have less government steerage of this, with a lot of very strong pronouncements from government on what companies should do, right? So you'll have less law, but a lot of kind of hectoring from the government point of view. Companies, for the most part, I think the big ones will be very leery of offending on the national security grounds, because the cost of that, both from a reputational point of view, but also potentially from a kind of legal point of view, is much higher than offending on the development grounds. So I think when in doubt, they will err on the side of national security over development. Whether they should or not, people can debate, but I think the kind of incentive structure is relatively clear from a company's point of view. Would you rather, do good with the risk of going to jail or losing money? Probably not, right? So I'm skeptical that companies will kind of actively be moving this direction. But again, I stress what most of this audience knows better than I, just the sheer number of applications we're going to see of these technologies that are going to go in 100 different directions we don't anticipate. And much of that will do good, right? And much of that will show up in lots of different contexts in ways that will be adapted locally. And one thing I should stress is we want a lot of local capacity, right? One thing that doesn't work well in development is when people like me in Washington tell people around the world how they should do things or use things, right? It just is a bad recipe in terms of actual success. And that applies to the use of emerging technologies as well. So having local capability, both through an education system, but also through a local presence of companies, I think can help this, at least in some way.
Thank you, Dan. I'm going to sort of turn next to Juha. And, Dan, in my question to you, I asked about some of the big companies and and you've correctly pointed out that when they have, on the one hand, big profits to choose from, not going to jail on the one hand, and helping impoverished populations in certain parts of the world, they're more likely to choose the former than the latter. Of course, the U.S. has I would say, some of the most innovative and big IT firms, which have made major advances, especially in AI in the last few years. Europe, of course, over the years has made very many fundamental contributions to AI, but we've not seen the emergence of the major IT firms in Europe of the kind we've seen in the US. I'm talking really about the big five in the US. And so, Juha, my question to you is, as you think about the EU policies as they stand today, how does, and certainly the funding options, how does the EU see supporting this kind of innovation in the coming years so that the EU also has some of these major corporations emerging in AI?
Thank you. So maybe let me state first that there are actually quite a lot of AI activity, AI development going on in European companies. They are not necessarily known to be AI companies, but they are companies which often cover quite a broad range of sectors, and they have in-house AI development. But they are not known to be, they are not branded as AI companies. I'm thinking of companies like SAP and Siemens, for example, which have quite a bit of activity in-house, but they are not known to be AI companies. Now, of course, I think one clear sort of focus we will have going forward, which will build on what we have been doing before. As I said at the beginning, we have been quite heavily funding AI research and innovation. And this focus on innovation is set to increase, and we are going to be focusing on that more. This was the statement that our president, the president of the European Commission, Ursula von der Leyen, made in the autumn. So this will be certainly a key aspect that we will be doing, having more focus on innovation. So we have now the guardrails, the trust in place. We had innovation going on, but we will be now investing more in innovation. We will continue to fund research and innovation. I give you just a couple of examples of what we are going to do. We're going to certainly fund the development of human-centric generative AI made in Europe. We want to integrate new data and modalities in this development. And we are also developing a high-performing open source European foundation model, which will be then available for fine-tuning. So this will create activity, we hope, which will then sort of spur further development and further business activities. One key aspect that we are now developing, we published this about a year ago to the day, we are developing so-called AI factories. So this consists of upgrading computing capacity, making computing capacity available to facilitate the development of generative AI models. So actually, we have our high performance computing capacity is quite significant in Europe, and that is the result of our programs, and we are quite proud of the computing capacity we have. But we want to upgrade it. We want to adapt it also to suit the development of generative AI models better. And crucially, we want to facilitate the access to these models to companies, in particular smaller companies, so they can further in the future they can better access the computing capacity which is so necessary for the development of AI, this type of generative AI. But we're also at the same time stimulating, if you like, the demand side. So in our program, which we call the Generative AI for EU program, we are stimulating the development in strategic sectors of novel and innovative applications which are based on generative AI models, and we want to facilitate their uptake. So this initially we had 14 ecosystems, just to mention a few: healthcare, to develop these innovative solutions in imaging and diagnostics, drug discovery and development, personalized medicine, but also manufacturing. Of course, manufacturing is something that has been the cornerstone of the economies of many EU member states. So we want to have generative AI powered robotics, which enables better planning, interaction, human-robot interaction, but also simulating the environment in which the robot is active. Cybersecurity is another focus area there. Enhanced threat detection and prediction, vulnerability identification, and so on. Energy, smart grid supply demand optimization, production optimization, and so on. So this has, for us, the importance of creating the demand and stimulating the activity, creating the applications, and thereby indirectly then also the kind of business activity. This is being now turned into what we call the Apply AI strategy to boost further new industrial uses of AI, not just generative AI, but AI more generally, and to improve the delivery of public services such as healthcare. And we are working here in particular to improve the access to data and boosting of industrial use. One key element which I'd like to mention is also testing and experimentation. So we are developing testing and experimentation facilities so that companies developing AI can have a better idea of how these things work, so that they are better able to put them on the market and develop products that will then create revenue and that will then boost their income and make them grow. So we have a whole range of activities in this regard. And as I mentioned at the beginning, this is getting more focused now going forward. It has always been part of our activity, but now we are switching gears here in order to make it bigger. Of course, ultimately, sometimes less is more. Maybe we may want to have many small companies rather than huge companies. It's a different matter. And of course, ultimately, there are many, many other factors which go beyond the ones that I mentioned: access to finance, the ability to create businesses, the ability to grow businesses and all that. And there are many aspects to consider, and we're also working on those, let's say, the less technological aspects of this. Thank you.
Thank you, Juha. I've been shown a card saying it's time for audience questions, but I do want to give Romain a chance to quickly address this question as well before we move to the audience, which is, Romain, you've heard Dan speaking about the big IT firms in the US and how they operate. Juha has just given some excellent suggestions and comments on how the EU is stimulating the demand side. And so how is the developing world, regardless of whether it's the global south as you defined it, or perhaps some of the emerging economies, India, China, Brazil, South Africa, and perhaps Indonesia and a few others, how are these, does it make sense for these organizations, these countries and their governments to make big investments in foundation models, or does it make more sense to invest in the application of AI to key development goals which those countries face? What are your thoughts on that? Just maybe 1 or 2 minutes.
I've been involved in that for 13 years. I was the director of the World Academy of Sciences for building scientific capacity in the South. If you look at the state of science in the world, of course, including AI and the science in the world, science technology, basically OECD countries have more than 80%, around 80% of the publications and innovation and patent, and 20% for the developing world. Of the 20%, few countries, China, India, Brazil, South Africa, Turkey, those countries, they have 75% of the 20 remaining percent, and then the other one will share. More than 120, 30 countries will share only 5% of the global knowledge and global publication and so forth. So meaning that the one who made it in the South, meaning China, India, Brazil, South Africa, Turkey, and other, actually they've been supporting building scientific capacity in the South. For example, in China, with the Chinese Academy of Science, we've been working over the decade. Actually, there are more than 1,000 PhD students graduated and another one doing PhD in China, with the areas that I've been focusing since 2019, focusing on the area of AI and other and data science in general. And then in Brazil, we have CNPq, the Brazilian Research Council, and in the same, we have in Mexico, in South Africa, we have the Research Foundation, and also we have Turkey, we have Tobitak, and in India, we have DST, the Department for Science Technology, and also CSIR, the Council for Science and Industrial Research. So to mention, meaning that there are many students actually who are doing their PhD in the South. But also in the North, what we have done also to avoid the issue related to brain drain, we did focus on the area of in the issue of related to exchange, spending 3 months, for example, we have a program, for example, spending 3 months in Germany. So over a decade, more than 500 students, my early career researchers have gone to Germany, and we did push actually to focus in those areas. So I see basically in the global South in general, the emerging economies have a role to play, but also the companies there, like such as Huawei and other, actually are building forth the infrastructure in terms of broadband are being built by those Huawei and other company in the global South have done that. So I see that. Of course, what happened, VS, is that China, India, Brazil, South Africa, they have now good laboratories at the level of the US, meaning that but also there is some kind of alternate internet connectivity. Because if they say, we are not going to invest, we are going to link with you, they will try to come to the developing world. And what happened also, sometimes you will see the global banks, such as the World Bank, IMF, even some other global infrastructure will not say, it does not make sense to go there. We're not giving you the loan. So they will get the loans from these emerging economies. Who will be losing? I think the US in long term, they may be losing if they don't pay attention to that. Because we're talking about 4 billion people there. And Africa, by 2050, it's projected we have more than 25% of the global population. So meaning that people have to pay attention to that when they make the policies, being the government, but also being also the global corporates.
Well, thank you, Romain. And I think you brought us squarely into the realm of geopolitics. So I'm going to throw the floor open to questions. Please raise your hand and I will call upon you. And please wait till somebody brings a mic to you and tell us your name and organization when you ask a question, if you wouldn't mind, please. So questions, I know it's late in the day. So over there, please. Thank you.
Thank you all for your thoughts. That was awesome. My name is Sarah, and this is one topic that I don't think has been brought up yet, but I'm curious about. If I were to try to put one word to sum up everything you all have talked about, it's AI responsibility, and I heard themes of security, equity, and safety as well. And I'm curious, through the lens of climate change and the potential impact of data centers and energy consumption on that. How would you look at that through that lens of responsibility, through those themes you all have talked about, and what would be your recommendations or predictions moving forward?
Golly, who would like to take that question?
Well, I could maybe add some elements, if I may. From our perspective, it is one of the aspects that we do consider. So in our activities, for example, we have funded projects which have looked into energy efficiency of AI and the way how AI, the development of AI could be made for frugal, so that it doesn't consume as many resources as it does these days. And I think, of course, we have to bear in mind that, despite the fact that the development of AI can be very energy intensive, the deployment of AI then in combating climate change and similar aspects that can have very significant benefits. And we have to make sure, of course, that balance stays on the positive side so that the benefits are greater than the disadvantages. Also, in the case of our regulation, so we are actually now sort of in the process of developing sort of indicators for the climate impact of that as part of the package that we have. But certainly it is one aspect that we think about quite a bit, and we see how we could address that better than going forward, both by addressing the harmful effects of climate change and global warming on the one hand, and deploying AI there in such a way by simulation and other means, so that it will bring the benefits also, particularly then to make AI itself less power hungry.
In the developing world in general, you have a challenge, in particular in Africa and the poor country, the issue related to data centers. So if you want to develop those models nearby, then you're going to have those centers. But the outcome, it's a weapon with two sides. Yes, you have the challenges related to even the some energy that we have to invest in that, and the issue related to what the impact on the climate. At the same time, the information you will be getting will be able to help you to climate adaptation, to predict models. So you need to look at to balance both. How much should I be able to invest in there? How much knowledge do I get that helps me to be able to mitigate the other thing? So I think that for Africa, pushing to have more data centers is very important. As we go, countries like in the US and other, it could be more of a privilege. But in the developing world, I think having regional data centers, probably not by country, but by region. Let's say, for example, 3 countries in the 4 or 5 countries in East Africa, for example, they put together resources. By the way, if you take Rwanda, Burundi, Tanzania, Kenya, you put them together, it's the US population. So basically, they could be able to make, a concerted effort to have data centers by region. That could be a good start.
Okay, so I'm told we only have a few minutes left, and I see 2 hands up in the back there. So maybe both of you can ask your questions, and then we will answer those, or at least hopefully somebody on the panel will answer those, and we'll then stop. So again, please identify yourself and ask away.
Thank you. My name is Fred Luamu. I'm a student at the Kellogg School of Management, Executive MBA. And I had a question regarding the development of Africa. You mentioned that there is a need for a lot more broadband and a lot of technology, electric development in order to have more access to technology. And I see that China is investing a lot, especially when you see companies like Huawei, among others. The European Union, we heard about some of those plans, but I do not see a lot coming from the US. And I'd like to understand more how would you rate right now the status of the US compared to the development in Africa, because the US is still a leader in the AI technology, and I would like to see how would you rate it and how it's going to be in the
Thank you, Fred. And I think let's let the lady next to you also ask her question.
Okay, thank you. My name is Dr. Ajoy Frios, and I'm a preventive medicine physician. And my question is also going to you, please. So I wanted to know, I want to find out if there's any structure or regulation ensuring that the algorithms we are using to create these AI outputs are regionally representative, because you spoke about the lower middle income countries and how resources is a problem in gathering data and all is going to be challenging because of poor or low logistics. So is there any regulation? Are we ensuring that the data we are using to process all these algorithms are representative, regionally representative? And also I want to find out, beyond giving the laptops to the children, is there also the conscious drive to ensure that there's an understanding of data policy and data privacy and all that? And also in terms of education, is there a conscious drive to include training in AI at the basic levels? Because with time, the students or the children or the people in the lower middle income countries should be able to build capacity to then develop or come up with AIs that are relevant to their own context. So is there that drive from the UNICEF or whichever UN system? Thank you.
Thank you very much. On the issue of investment in general, what China is doing on the continent and in the developing world in general, basically you need to know how if you really want to make a difference, you need to make a huge investment and you don't have the money, you go to these financial institutions, or you go to a particular government and you request for a loan. So most of the time, if you don't have access to the loan, somebody can come and say, okay, for me, I can just bail you. I accept, I'm giving you this money, and then probably you give me that. I think you have been reading that in the news, and China has been helping developing countries, in general, the poor country, to build their infrastructure based on the agreement that they have together. They have probably sometimes IMF and the World Bank will say, oh, there are many challenges challenges there. You can look at that. The way I just said in my previous intervention that in Europe and in the US, they have to also to pay attention to that. It's a global, it is a geopolitics and AI discussing on that. The issue related to regulations, in an article I wrote in 2022 on the issue of the fourth industrial revolution and Africa, I mentioned that we are moving into time where we hope that children in Africa, in the poor country, will be able to have access to the computer at home, to be able to browse the internet as much as possible. But that also brings some challenges related to the issue of privacy, related to child pornography, etc. But many countries in the developing world actually have a challenge. They don't have regulations in terms of legislation, in terms of privacy and so forth. They are just coming out because the needs are there now. At the time, 5 years ago, 6 years ago, we didn't have the needs. But now we have the needs because children now are studying. Although during the COVID, yes, most children were out, but some of them were able to go on the internet. And that causes a real challenge to parents, to countries now. Now, privacy has become an issue now, has become something that has to be considered.
Well, I think on that note, I've already been told we're out of time, and I'm going to ask you to please join me in thanking the panelists for their excellent contribution.